Coming into Hartford, delays on the Bulkley Bridge, no big deal. You're still seeing a little slow traffic on the eastbound side of 84 as you approach 46th Avenue. Both sides of 91 moving very well between Cromwell and Winter Locks. Now, if you are traveling Route 2 westbound, looks good. Glastonbury up to the 84 West Merge, 291 through 84 okay east of the river. Heading into Middletown, we do have some road work today. That is 9 northbound between exit 21 and 22. The left lane is out. 9 southbound in Middletown slows between 23 and 21. Road work there in the left lane. Enfield, 91 southbound road work in the right lane between 46 and 45. In Haddam, 9 northbound, look out for some road work between 13 and 15. Right lane is out there. Norwich, 395 southbound between 18 and 14. Right lane road work. Torrington, if you're traveling 8 southbound between 45 and 44. Road work in the right lane there. And if you're traveling into Willington, 84 westbound, some road work between 71 and 70. The right lane is out. And Route 3 northbound by the Putnam Bridge in Wethersfield, some right lane road work there. So look for some delays in that area. Next report comes up at 9:33. WTIC News Talk 1080.
Local weather. WTIC's Bob Cox.
The temperatures will be running well above average for the next few days. Mostly sunny conditions today with highs getting into the 70s and relatively light wind. Partly cloudy tonight, lows in the 50s. There might be a little patchy fog here and there. And then it's mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs between 75 and 80. Probably coming up a little shy of the record high, which is 83 tomorrow. Partly cloudy Friday night, lows holding between 55 and 60. Mostly sunny Saturday. We're up between 75 and 80 again. The record high is 81. It does turn cooler Sunday with the chance for a few showers developing. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Hi, I'm Emmett Smith, Hall of Famer and all-time leading rusher with exciting news.
Football legend Emmett Smith talking about all new regenerative treatments for joint pain from the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
But did you know that you can encourage your body to actually heal itself with the help of QC Kinetics?
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies that are natural, restorative, and long-lasting.
The body is an amazing thing. Trust me, I put mine through a lot.
Exciting new relief is here for pain from arthritis, knee pain, lower back pain, pain in your hips and shoulders.
I'm that guy. When you Google shoulder pain, my face pops up.
But you don't have to be sidelined by pain anymore. Call QC Kinetics to learn more about biologic therapies.
Don't let your joint pain keep you from doing the things you love. There's a new natural solution that patients are raving about.
QC Kinetics.
Let QC Kinetics help you improve your quality of life.
Call QC Kinetics, 860-440-PAIN. That's 860-440-PAIN. 860-440-PAIN.
Erectile dysfunction affects nearly 50% of men over age 50. But even with so many men affected, finding a trusted provider to treat the condition isn't so simple. This is Dale, a partner of Promedic Restorative Men's Health, and I'm excited to announce the opening of Northeast Men's Health right here in Hartford. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health can offer men with ED the latest treatment protocols, which are shown in medical studies to be effective in well over 90% of men. And unlike other groups that only offer wave therapy or online pharmacies that just sell pills, we offer a variety of treatments to help get you the results you want. Northeast Men's Health is a true medical practice, which means our providers have access to a complete range of treatment options and even combined treatments to get you back on track. So call Northeast Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956. That's 800-930-5956 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 5 offices throughout the Northeast to serve you.
Hear that music? It can only mean it's breakfast bagel time at McDonald's. The McDonald's breakfast bagel sandwich, a fluffy folded egg, 2 slices of American cheese plus your choice of a savory steak patty, applewood smoked bacon, or breakfast sausage, all on a perfectly toasted bagel. It's bagel time at participating McDonald's.
A devastating fire roars through your business. Would you be back up and running in less than 24 hours?
I guess when I realized how bad the fire was, I called TAP.
That's Ben DeVivo with Willimantic Waste Paper Company. They recycle anything from paper to mattresses.
Right away, I got their after-hour service, and within minutes, one of the technicians called me back. He logged into our server, saw that it was offline. The technician and the head of operations actually came on site to see what they could do. We talked about if we were able to get into the building, what we could recover. We got got our server out. We went to a remote location, Tab set that up. They worked tirelessly throughout the night, and they got us up and going for the next morning.
Tab Computer Systems got Ben's fire-ravaged business back up and running in less than 24 hours.
It was amazing. I was impressed.
Trust Tab's nearly 4 decades of experience to get your office network running and keep it running. Call 1-888-TAB-4-HELP. 1-888-TAB, the numeral 4, H-E-L-P.
What's up, man?
What's
going on, sir?
She's advancing business.
How's my level sounding so far?
Systems.
Pretty good.
Hi,
All right.
Johnson with the program
Good. That's the one here.
Retirement checklist. You need to get this retirement checklist. Whether you're retired or getting ready to retire, it's going to give you the things that you need to put in place to have a successful retirement. All in a simple checklist. Go to freejbguide.com. That's freejbguide.com. Get your retirement checklist.
Investment advisory services offered through JB Capital, LLC, a registered investment advisor.
This is Reese on the Radio, filling in for Will Marotti on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Good morning, everyone. As the big voice said, Reese on the Radio, filling in for Will Marotti. I will be here until 2 p.m. filling in for Tom Shattuck, of course, all week. Both days, 9 to 2, as Matt Celeste called me the marathon man the other day. Yes, I put the label in Labor Day. That's my moniker now. And all kidding aside, this is a somber day, of course, after the events that happened last night in Maine. We will get into that. I think it's important to get into the details of what happened. I don't want to get into political discussion because I think that's unnecessary. There are people in mourning and people want to understand what's going on. There's usually a panic. It happens. I'll never forget when the first time I ever had dealt with a mass shooting, on the levels of this. All of us remember Columbine. Of course, we remember Sandy Hook. That's more local and more personal to this area, but people who have felt immediately on edge about that. So I don't want to take that lightly, and we're not going to do that today. I want to make sure that we understand what those people are dealing with, what those who have dealt with, and of course mourn the loss of individual lives. This isn't a time for politics, but we know politics will get involved. And there's a time for that. We're going to wait until a little later in the day to discuss that. But for those who were there at the events, we pray for those who lost their lives, and of course, we pray for those who are safe, who got out of there okay, especially those who were injured who got out of there. And we will have Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, at noon today. He is gathering more details. He's on the ground, and we'll talk to him today about what's going on and what people are feeling locally, at least the temperature of what's up there. And I think we can all probably surmise what they're going through. We'll talk about that. Also, I have some audio sound bites from last night from several individuals who were there. And I found an interesting theme in the coverage up there that many of the residents were talking about, even involving some of their children. I want to play that a little later. I just don't want to go, there's a reason why, and I feel that sometimes I say to myself, should I go right into it? And something was just pulling me back and going, no, let's give it a minute. Some people are just waking up, some people just getting to work, they don't need to hear this bad news. We will gradually go into it, and we'll keep updating you. Of course, we'll do during the news hour. The individual is still at large. From what we understand, they've located the vehicle. And if anything comes up, we will address that. We've got more pressing things to talk about as well, because I want to continue the conversation I didn't get into yesterday because we were preempted by the president's press conference from the Australian Prime Minister. And that is a story yesterday. In fact, and today we have another story of a woman by the name of Cynthia Hanna, who has now been charged with manslaughter, the death of a 1-year-old about a year ago. There's another story, 10 days with 6 kids falling out of windows. We just recently buried a child who fell out of a window. What is going on? And the other scary part about it is, again, even in this case that happened yesterday with Cynthia Hanna, this young woman who turned herself in, the article, at least the article that I read in WTNH, DCF.com has one little line that says the DCF was involved again in some way, or at least the police are working with the DCF. And I'm asking, what does the DCF have to do with this story? There's nothing else in the story that has to do with that. And again, and I want to make it clear, like I said yesterday, it's not about beating up on and I hate that I even have to clear that up. I hate that I even have to preface it with saying, we won't beat anybody up. It's about dealing with the consequences of this. And I made this claim yesterday, and I don't think I've fulfilled my obligation to explain what I meant. So let me do that now. My problem with these organizations, as a person who's been involved, BCW in New York City, the Bureau of Child Welfare, DCF is just the same thing, it's just a different name, is the theme that the children are better off left with the mother, no matter the circumstances. Now, I remember a judge saying this. It was a father who was well-employed, made a considerable amount of money. I think at the time, this was back in 2002, he grossed about $80,000 a year. He wanted full custody of his two children because the mother was a drug addict. She was on crack. And the judge in the case awarded the children to the mother. The judge's reasoning for this was that the crack-addicted mother was a much more nurturing parent than the father could be, who had a job. She would be the better caregiver. And I remember when I was on the radio back in the day, and we were discussing this, talking to, taking phone calls, asking people about what their opinion was of this. And overwhelmingly at the time, people said, well, it's the mother, and we have to nurture her. Yeah, she's a drug addict, but she can get help. And children are just better off with the mother. That was the belief. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. And I think that is the problem with DCF and other child care organizations. On top of the fact that if these children are in a minority group, Black, Latino, as we know, the case with Liam, the 2-year-old, the story from yesterday, that happened a couple of months ago, about 9 months ago now. A child that was 2 years old, weighed 17 pounds. Between hospital visits, lost 5 pounds. Malnourished, tired, lethargic. Found in a shallow grave in a park. Even though DCF was involved for a considerably long time, still finding what? That the child should be left in the care of the mother, who's clearly neglectful and abusive. Now, maybe I should come pull back a little bit and say maybe the DCF needs to be beat up upon. Because, in the end result, the worst things are happening under these circumstances. We shouldn't have this situation where children's lives are at risk for the sake of, protecting, whatever social justice that these people are. What's the best way to put it? These people have these beliefs or these belief systems that put people's lives in jeopardy. I just find that just very, very odd that people do not see the forest for the trees. And you see a story like that, someone needs to pull things together or rein things in and just go, we need to refocus our efforts to do something that's beneficial to the children and not to this mind virus that's destroying lives. I just got a news update. I just want to see this real quick. But anyway, so I'm going to talk about that, and I'm going to read some of the stories. Another story today that I ran into. This story is insane because I thought I saw it last night, and then I ran into it again this morning. I was like, oh wait, it's in the Current today. 12,000 young people have dropped out of high school in Connecticut. Can you believe that? And it's an interesting part. I'm going to read one of the poll quotes from this story. Again, headline, 12,000 young people have dropped out of high school. Here's the poll quote that I found the most interesting about all of this. It says, quote, "We call these invisible populations. They've been invisible for a long time," said Martha Stone, the founder of the Center for Children's Advocacy, a nonprofit organization that represents at-risk children in the state. She says, quote, "Chronic absenteeism and truancy have been here for the last 10 years, and they're getting worse. The kids we see have lost hope." We're seeing 12,000 kids who have lost hope, and not one of these people have decided to look towards the school system at all. What's happening in school? Now, I see every day people talking about it. At least the teachers union, I think we got, what's her name, Randy Weingarten, and every advocate for teachers unions and teachers in general. What are they talking about? Every day. We are the people who teach these children. We're the ones who practically raise these children. We believe that the teachers know better than the parents. But what are we seeing across the country? And most of these places, we see more and more children failing out of school. We see more and more children who are proficient in reading, proficient in math. They even started. If I told you to go online and look up Project Baltimore, you would be astonished. I think I played some audio when I first joined WTIC of a woman in Baltimore, 41 years old, graduated in 1999, not 1909, 1999. A 41-year-old woman who could not read. But her school transcripts had her getting grades in reading at 7, I think we were grading her at 78. They were giving her 78 on her final exam, on her final report card every year in high school, and she can't read at 41. But these are the people who are supposed to educate our children, but these children have lost hope. Inside the education system, perhaps there's a simple reason for that. Perhaps it's the constant demonization of the country we live in. How about the constant demonization of the individuals who sit by them side by side based upon their immutable characteristics, like their sex, like their race? In the next paragraph, they talk about these kids are facing racism. They're not facing racism. That's being pushed on them. Most of these kids can't even go to school without being indoctrinated into what's the worst qualities about the country and the place that they live. Of course they lost hope. It's because no one's bothering to teach them hope. How can a kid actually lose hope in a place that is hopeful? All you have to do is just ask the teachers, well, okay, the kids have lost hope. What are you doing about that? Is there any hope being taught to these children? Are they being told that they can be anything that they want to be? Are they being told that the world is their oyster? If you want to be president, I remember when I was a kid, teachers used to say, you can be president of the United States. I used to laugh at them. I was just go, well, I don't think I could be president of the United States. But the teachers, they just seemed to tell kids, they wanted to encourage them to be whatever they wanted to be. Now, not so much. They're trying to find ways to sneak in sexual indoctrination, CRT. They don't have any coexistence with parents in the school system anymore. They're doing things without the consent of parents and behind their backs. And none of it is hopeful for these children. And people look at this and go, well, the kids have lost it. I think we all know why. And I appreciate the Hartford Courant doing an article about it. I think that's great that they're bringing it to our attention. But really? No one recognized why. I mean, it's literally the breadcrumbs are there. They're being dropped every day. And the worst part, and I'll get into this in the next break, but there's a companion story on the same page talking about a new initiative. In fact, let me see if I have it right here. Is this it? Yes. New Job Innovation Center on its way into Connecticut. The article before it, the one that I'm reading right now, is talking about how 12,000 kids who have dropped out of high school are unemployed and unemployable. On the same page, we're talking about the hard copy of the Hartford Courant. The next story is talking about job innovation centers. Well, clearly 12,000 kids don't need to apply. It's incredible that people don't see this. It's insane. I don't know. Call me crazy. Anyway, so we'll get into that story. Of course, we'll talk about what's happening in Maine. We will talk about that as well. It's a story that we have to cover. It's sad that we have to. And again, we'll have Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, at noon today. He'll talk about what's going on the ground. He's gathering information as we speak to make sure that we're up to speed on what's going on. Also, I want to ask the question of the day. I don't know if you heard about this, but Dana White of the UFC is partnering with Bud Light. And my question of the day is it time to take, I guess, the foot off the neck of Bud Light and allow them back into the public sphere? Is it enough to forgive them? Do you still want more? Do you think it's right for Bud Light to sort of get a lifeline by Dana White at the UFC? Is it time to let bygones be bygones and let them back into, I guess, the American, I don't know, the diaspora? I don't know. But yeah, I'm just wondering whether or not it's time to it's been a couple of months. It's been almost a year. And I think it's, half a year. I think it's time to let them in, but with some conditions. But we'll be taking your phone calls. All right, the number is 860-522-WTIC. That's 860-522-9842. More news, more views. When we return, stick around. It's Reese On The Radio, filling in for Pastor Will Morado on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
Are you ready to smell better naked?
You're clear, sir.
Hey. Creator of Lumi.
Yeah, they taped their NFL picks.
Oh, okay.
2 hours on pits, feet, privates, and beyond. It's pH optimized to safely and effectively control odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. Plus, it's proven to work better than a shower with soap alone. Whether you shower twice a day or 3 times a week, Lumi works better. And did we mention it's aluminum free? With over 200,000 5-star reviews, I'm so sure
you're clear through the news here.
You can thank you. For free.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 500 and get an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, free product of your choice, and ships free with code 500. LumeDeodorant.com, code 500 for an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack. Love it or return it for free. That's LumeDeodorant.com, code 500.
Throat cancer, oral cancer, rotting teeth, and sepsis can happen if you don't get your teeth checked on a regular basis. Where should you go for your dental exam? Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. We don't just do implants, we provide total dental care with our own in-house digital lab, and we're open 7 days a week with late hours. We'll care for you in one day, the same day, 7 days a week. Call 860-730-6020 or visit us at ColumbiaImplantCenter.com.
It's a win-win-win. Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Follow WTIC News Talk 1080. Don't miss out on important updates in Connecticut from breaking need-to-know news, weather alerts, and more. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app now. And now, a WTIC News Update.
9:30, Hartford temperature 58 degrees. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. We're waking up to news out of Maine today about a mass shooting incident in which the suspect is still at large. There's a lot of confusion among residents up there. Correspondent Bradley Blackburn says that those who live in and around Lewiston are being asked to shelter in place and stay alert.
Residents here are waking up, many of whom probably assumed that he would have been captured by now, but very much being warned that this is continues to be a dangerous situation, that he should be considered armed and dangerous, and they are asking people to take precautions and protect themselves at this point.
At least 16 people are dead. That number has fluctuated, though, all morning long. We're expecting definitive answers in an hour during a press conference, and the police are saying that at least 50 people have been injured. Given Connecticut's proximity to Maine and all throughout New England, we're seeing that there are police who are monitoring the situation and being very alert. In light of those mass shootings last night, Middletown police here in Connecticut are saying that they're conducting frequent property checks at their local schools and businesses in town, but they're doing that as a precaution. They're trying not to alert the public too much. They are saying that they've received no information about any possible safety threat in the Middletown community, but they do want to ensure safety for all residents. Schools in Wallingford are playing it safe a second day in a row while a missing student is being sought. The district, in an email to the school community Wednesday morning, says that there is an extra police presence at Sheehan High School today, as well as nearby Highland Elementary. It comes after a student was reported missing Tuesday. The student, according to the message, has not made a specific threat against anybody in the school community, but is considered a possible danger to himself or others. Wallingford police officers are not giving any more information about the situation. What they are saying is that the department is actively investigating the situation and that they're working diligently to locate the student. State officials say a program aimed at getting fewer kids to miss school is making progress. It's the LEAP program, a system of home visits by school staffers to families of students struggling with consistent attendance. Barbara Dalio is founder and co-CEO of Dalio Education, a benefactor of the program.
It's really a tremendous model to have that engagement with the parents, because it sometimes there are different programs and some programs work. When you work with youth that are off track, disconnected, you need a whole holistic system.
The State Department of Education says chronic absenteeism statewide dropped from 24% in the school year ending in 2022 to 20% last school year. The goal is to make transportation easier for pedestrians, transit users, and bicyclists, not only easier but safer. The State Department of Transportation, on a discussion on Complete Streets, says that the program is being tried out in a dozen cities and towns across Connecticut to make things smoother and safer. DOT Commissioner Garrett Ugolito says that his agency has a new policy in place for projects other than milling and paving.
Is going to have to incorporate pedestrian accommodations, bike accommodations, and transit accommodations, with certain parameters around it. So if there is no transit service there, then we're not going to include transit accommodations. But if there is transit stops there, then it needs to be ADA accessible transit accommodations. Similarly for bike and pedestrian.
Connecticut logged 62 pedestrian deaths in 2022. Humanitarian groups are warning that Gaza is going to run out of fuel in the next few hours, but Israel denies that, as correspondent Tammy McCormick reports.
Aid groups say hospitals are at risk if the fuel supplies run out.
I don't think that is accurate.
The IDF's Jonathan Conrica says Hamas is hoarding supplies.
It's all inside the Gaza Strip, and there's enough for many days for hospitals and water pumps to run. Only the priorities are different. Hamas prefers to have all of the fuel for its warfighting capabilities.
Israel has allowed in aid from Egypt, food, medical supplies, and water, but not fuel.
A look at markets and the opening bell brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Dow is opening 24 points higher. S&P 500 is opening 5 points lower. NASDAQ down 12 points. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
I'm Tom Kaminsky from the Brown Payne Dearest Scott Traffic Center. Some leftover delays on the westbound side of Route 84 through East Hartford between exit 57 and exit 50. In the Weathersfield area, the northbound side of the Wilbur-Cross Parkway roadwork starting to be set up there for about a 2-mile stretch right around exit 68W. That's a look at your WTIC traffic. I'm Tom Kaminsky.
Local weather. WTIC's Bob Cox.
The temperatures will be running well above average for the next few days. Mostly sunny conditions today with highs getting into the 70s and relatively light wind. Partly cloudy tonight, lows in the 50s. There might be a little patchy fog here and there. And then it's mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs between 75 and 80. Probably coming up a little shy of the record high, which is 83 tomorrow. Partly cloudy Friday night, lows holding between 55 and 60. Mostly sunny Saturday. We're up between 75 and 80 again. The record high is 81. It does turn cooler Sunday with the chance for a few showers developing. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Thursday, WTIC Todd Feinberg here. Looking forward to our show this afternoon when we get to break down what's going on in the world. And there's so much going on. There is a new Speaker of the House. There is a change in trajectory for Republicans controlling Congress. And hopefully that starts to move along better. Call in around 860-751-4698. It's Todd Talk at 3 on WTIC. News Talk.
Back in about 2 minutes, sir.
If you're on the job day in and day out, you know living with pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders is miserable. The good news, QC Kinetics gets it. They understand guys like you.
They don't have the luxury of taking time off. They want to keep working. We are built for those guys that want to keep working and want to stay active. So the vast majority of who we see are the blue-collar guys like me and you.
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies, just like pro athletes have used for years, to get you lasting pain relief with no surgery.
I want you to continue working. I want you to continue exercising. The joints are made to be moved.
The treatments at QC Kinetics are fast and non-invasive.
It's not a lot of time commitment on your part. There is no downtime or recovery time. You don't need short-term disability with what we do. We want to keep you active.
Call QC Kinetics now to set up your free no-obligation consultation. Learn how you can get real pain relief and stay on the job.
Call QC Kinetics, 860-440-PAIN. That's 860-440-PAIN. 860-440-PAIN.
When it's time to update your kitchen or bathroom, Cristino Kitchens will help you find the latest trends, furnishings, and styles for your home. Cristino Kitchens is a locally owned business with over 35 years of experience, providing remodeling.
1 minute, sir.
Work with our experienced professionals to renovate your bathroom or kitchen. You'll work directly with a designer, helping you navigate the trends, make the most of your space, and get a complete vision and plan. Visit our brand new showroom at 160 Oak Street in Glastonbury, or visit us at CristinoKitchens.com.
From breaking news to severe weather updates, WTIC News Talk 1080 is always here for you. Tell your legislators to keep AM radio in vehicles now. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to keep AM radio in cars.
On November 11th, join us at Mohegan Sun for Vets Rock as we celebrate active duty military and veterans for a day of valuable programs and resources. Vets Rock is focused on enhancing the lives of our service members through a job fair, veteran service organizations, and other resources. Veterans and active duty military members can pre-register for the free event at mohegansun.com/vetsrock. That's mohegansun.com/vetsrock.
This is Reese on the Radio, filling in for Wilma Roddy on WTIC News Talk 1080.
I want to give a shout out to Lori L. She just sent me an article, and she's in the chat room. By the way, you can go to reasoontheradio.com. and watch the show live. She sent me this article talking about a parent who's very upset that the union in this woman's state, I think it's in Oregon, that's right, it's a big story in Oregon that said that the union is going to, or mom's union has slammed the removal of standardized tests from high school graduation requirements. And in talking about this story related to 12,000 kids dropping out of high school and saying that they have no hope. Again, the education of these children, it's being thrown out. It's not even a lowering of standards. Before we used to argue about that, right? It was a lowering of standards. We got rid of standardized testing. That's got to go. Not important. Of course, we had the whole Supreme Court case with the admissions into Harvard University and other universities for that matter. And now you've got everything being, just every standard being removed for the obvious DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense, right? So in this article in the Hartford Courant, here's another pull quote. Again, just to show you, and I would usually use the word inept here to be kind. This is just stupid. And it shows that these people who are in charge of policy or who have the biggest megaphones are just patently stupid. They may be educated by the same system they're implementing on these 12,000 kids who are dropping out. Here's the pull quote. This is from, I guess, Hector Rivera. He's of the nonprofit Hartford-based Our Piece of the Pie organization. The irony here is laughable. Our piece of the pie. How do you think inner city kids or poor kids or uneducated kids get a piece of the pie there, Hector? With education, the most important part. But here's what he said. Rivera said it's vital that teachers working with at-risk youth understand they won't focus on learning math or reading skills if they're living in an unsafe home, homeless, or going hungry at night. Really? When did that change? Usually poor kids focus on education because the one thing that's on their mind is, I got to get smart so I can get a good job so I never have to live like this ever again. So they're deciding to go the opposite route. He says, quote, now I'm serious, this is the same paragraph. Quote, we need employers at the table. For what? The kids aren't focusing on learning. What's an employer supposed to do with that? I'm just supposed to hire an uneducated child? I'm just supposed to hire him, why? Because he's, unsafe at home, homeless, or going hungry at night? Like, I'm not supposed to hire anybody with a skill set? This is in the same paragraph. We need employers at the table. Employers who are paying a good, livable wage for an uneducated individual. Better cooperation between nonprofits, educators, and government agencies is important, said Ben Dubow. He's a part of a Hartford-based jobs training initiative focused on the restaurant industry. He also recommended more emphasis on teaching young people to address anxiety and other mental health issues, not reading, writing, and arithmetic. None of that is happening here. And again, remember what the focus point is on this article. 12,000 young people have dropped out of high school. Nothing in here about teaching them anything. And how is this supposed to work? It doesn't work. It's that simple. And I guess people are happy with mediocrity. And I think, you know what, and Lori L, she pointed this out, it's like with the state of mediocrity. I gotta be honest with you. I think it's worse than that. I don't think that they want mediocrity. I think, in my view, they want a complicit, I think they just want drones. I think they just want mind-numb robots. I think the less educated these people are, the more that you can influence them and make them believe whatever you want them to. Make them reliant in order to make them complicit, to make them compliant. I apologize. To make them compliant. I think that is clearly the focus here. Good, my first debate of the morning. We're taking your phone calls. The number is 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. Let's talk to Tim in Hamden. Tim, thank you for calling, and I'm glad that you're starting off the show today with the first phone call. What do you got? Have you read this article?
I definitely held for a long time because I think it's important subject matter. By the way, before I begin this, the radio station in general, I am sad that they do not screen the callers ahead of time and ask what the callers are talking about. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for.
Well, let me tell you why. You know, you've got to sit. You know, oftentimes, you know, you get a subject matter comes along, and the next person wants to talk about Taylor Swift or Mafia or whatever, and it's like, hello, you know, right now we're talking about this or that and stuff, and you want to. So, right now, in our neighbors, we have got a domestic terrorist going on in Maine. Okay, where the hell? We've got 20 people dead.
He's hold on. He's a domestic terrorist.
Yes.
According to reports, he was hearing voices and was in a mental facility.
I'm calling him a domestic terrorist.
Well, I mean, you can call him that all day. I mean, I can call him a black man for that now.
Before you shut me down.
No, I'm just saying, no, hold on. I'm not shutting you down. I'm just correcting the record. You're calling him something, and I'm saying to you, all reports suggest, based upon the information that has been verified, that he was in a mental facility and was hearing voices.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That is really, you know, my point. My point is, you know, 50 people also have been injured. Their lives have been shattered.
Okay.
By this man.
We're not taking any of that light. Right? It sounds like a complaint. I'm not sure what the deal is here.
The complaint is this. Yes. Where are the red flag laws? The man was committed for a couple of weeks to a mental institution. The man, you know, made threats that he was going to shoot up the army base and everything there.
And the mental facility that he was
AR-15 kind of weapon that he can rapidly kill people.
Yes, I got
kill
you.
People with, and no one said, you know, we're going to kind of look at you, monitor you, and maybe hold your guns for a little bit and stuff. By the way, you don't need this AR-15. You're in rural Maine. You don't need this, you know, for hunting, do you? No, you don't.
Well, okay, so Tim, listen real quick. Right now, everyone is doing one thing, and I understand that people want to make this political and talk about what the laws are and what. The mental health facility that he was a part of, they released him. And if you were listening yesterday, didn't I mention this? Didn't I say this? I said one of the biggest problems that we have in this country is that we used to take these individuals, like we were talking about homeless yesterday. Many of these people are mental patients. They should be inside of facilities or in treatment centers, and they refuse to put them in because now that's considered taboo, right? And we are taking people's autonomy away because we're not keeping them in those facilities. And even you, hold on, Tim, even you right now, you know that man was in a mental facility, and you haven't even mentioned that he should have never been released. You immediately go for the guns. You immediately go for the laws. Not.
No, I'm going for the guns. Let me. First off, my first wife was a nurse that went and visited people with mental illnesses. A lot of them, you know, can be well cared for and monitored.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she would go about every day or every other day to see if people were taking their meds, were stable, all of those things. They checked up on the people.
Okay.
They checked up on people that were released. And most of them, 99% of them, were doing quite fine and everything. It's not a slight on the people with mental illnesses. 1 in 5 people have a mental illness.
Right.
But right now, somebody is terrorizing Maine and people are told to stay in and shelter
in place. Do you think something's wrong with that?
This guy does not have a .22 rifle to shoot deer. He has something that can fire and kill people as quickly as you can pull.
Okay, so all right, let's stay. Wait. Tim, hold on. I want to stay. Listen, you bring up points and then you move on. You don't give me an opportunity to address those points. So give me an opportunity to address those points. You said that people are being told to shelter in place. This man has a what? Okay, he has what many view as a military-style weapon. We don't know what the weapon is yet. I don't think anybody's revealed what the weapon is, but if they have, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, probably an AR. That's not a military-style weapon. Anyway, so let's deal with this, okay? The people are being told to shelter in place. My question to you is, again, it appears you have a problem with it. Maine does not have a red flag law, as you mentioned, and they do have a concealed carry allowance for its residents. Many of the people, and in fact, I have audio, and I'm going to play it later on in the day, parents with their children feel safer. I even have the audio to prove it. Feel safer that their parents have guns in the home to protect them in the event that this individual comes to their home. I have it on audio. Now I'm going to ask you again. You have a problem with people being able, we should have red flag laws, but what's your point of view when it comes to people being able to arm themselves?
And other people who are in bowling alleys and everything, we were told they had guns, they would shoot these people down and all that stuff. First off, they'd be outgunned 100 to 1, in this kind of, situation.
It doesn't appear anybody had a gun they're at a bowling alley.
But yeah, exactly. Can't we live our lives so that people with mental illnesses, their high-powered military-style guns, should be taken away temporarily so they can be proven to be safe. Instead, we are being terrorized. He is terrorizing the people out there because he has a mental illness.
But we had a deterrent here. Tim, listen. You're blanketing this individual by saying, hold on, you're dealing with him with a broad stroke instead of dealing with him. Tim, you gotta let me finish. You gotta deal with this man as an individual. Let me explain why. Because listen, it's always good to say mass shooters all had the same motive and all came from the same, cut from the same cloth. They are not, right? The only thing that is similar about them is the people in which they sort of affect by what they do. In this case, we had a deterrent. He was in a mental treatment facility, and they let him out.
Okay. You want to talk about the individual? I want to talk about the community.
What about the community?
Being told they have to be held, to hide it and everything. We shouldn't be in a position where people can terrorize everybody in the entire community with a high-powered weapon.
What is that? Okay. What is your, listen,
we shouldn't, as a community,
what is your, wait, hold on, Tim, 1 second.
This could happen in Connecticut.
What is your deal with American citizens arming themselves, in this case, at their homes to protect them from someone who might?
I didn't say anything about home protection.
So what are you talking about?
If people, we should have national red flag laws.
Who should determine what the red flag law should be? Who should be responsible for that? And what is the criteria? Who creates the criteria?
I don't know. Maybe
well, that's important, Tim.
Well, let me finish. I was making a joke. Maybe the fact that if he had people in Congress who could set standards.
Why are they? Wait. Why are they suited?
Can I finish my joke?
Yes, but I don't. I'm sorry. I'm stepping on a joke.
Yes, because
then maybe it's appropriate.
If they don't elect speakers of the House who deny elections,
okay,
election deniers, maybe they can pass national red.
Here's what we need to do. This is what we need to understand. First of all, when it comes to citizens arming themselves from threats that the government cannot protect them from, the citizens should be responsible for the laws that affect them personally. It should not be based upon some. Wait, let me finish, Tim. I wasn't even done with my sentence. It should never be left to the bureaucrats. It should never be left to people who have agendas. People with agendas usually put people in danger. And what we've seen here in Connecticut, and it goes without saying, it is a constant failure. Every time a bureaucrat gets involved, every time one of these so-called groups gets involved and they set their own agendas, human lives are always at stake. And instead of saying we need to go in the opposite direction, they reapply them. Okay, and they say, well, we just need to push more money and push more efforts towards that same stupid goal. And in this case, especially as it is in Maine, we had a deterrent here. We had a person inside of a mental institution that they knew was volatile. They allowed him to come out, and again, what do we have? We have human carnage. We have carnage in Maine as we speak with an individual that they cannot find.
If they're not following up, with checking on this person or others out there, then that is a tremendous.
You're asking for something completely different.
About community. You keep talking about individuals. I'm talking about community.
I understand. Listen,
does not have a right to be.
Because the community didn't shoot up a bowling alley. Do you understand what I'm saying? That
community needs to reflect and say, yeah, we have to have strong mental health standards to help these people. If they don't have that in Maine, and I have no idea about that, but they also need to have community red flag laws up, and others that say, you're making threats, you're saying you're going to shoot up, the Army base and all that sort of stuff. We're sorry. We're going to
actually, Maine has a red flag law, by the way.
Okay.
Well, it is 34B MRS 3862A.
Did they? Instead, we have 20 people dead, 50 or so injured.
So the red flag law did nothing, defeating your argument entirely.
Absolutely. I'm totally wrong about everything.
No. You're just wrong about that. And again, listen, you don't have to be arrogant about it. You just say, you said we need red flag laws. Well, Maine has one. What did it deter? And this is the big argument that many people are saying about this gun control issue. We keep saying, okay, guys, you keep implementing new laws, and when they don't work, nobody says, okay, we need to go in another direction. They reapply them. They never work. And again, I don't know how many ways to say it. It doesn't work because it's never been vetted. It's never been means tested. It's just a bunch of people with agendas who know nothing about what they're talking about. Because when you ask them what's this, that, and the third, I mean, for crying out loud, you call an AR an assault rifle or a military-like rifle. Clearly, I don't even own an AR, and I know it's not a military-style weapon. What does that even mean? It's like saying a military-styled spoon.
You gotta hit a break here.
It's ridiculous. Anyway, all right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. More news, more views about this and more. We'll get to George in St. Louis. Maybe you can help me understand this whole nonsense going on with the school system. It's Reese On The Radio, filling in for Will Malati on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to experience something paranormal?
All right, man, we're clear to the top here.
All right, he gets me supercharged. I like a recall.
As he explores spine-chilling real stories shared by everyday people who have experienced something unexplainable. Listen each week for first-person testimony from people who have come face-to-face with something that can't just be explained away. Listen and follow Otherworld, an Odyssey podcast, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The leaves are turning, and Superior Rental has all the right equipment you need for your fall yard and home improvement projects. We have thatchers, aerators, and seeders, as well as power washers, leaf blowers, chippers, even truck and trailers. You can trust Superior to supply your larger projects with the heavy equipment you need, from excavators, lifts, compressors, and light towers to a vast selection of generators and heating equipment. For your next project, visit one of our 5 Connecticut locations or our full online catalog at superiorrental.com. Rent tough, rent right, rent superior.
I'm Fox 61 anchor Brent Hart. Here's what being Connecticut's news station means for you. We are committed to telling stories that impact communities across Connecticut, with coverage that is straightforward, objective, and deserving of your trust. Plus, Chief Meteorologist Rachel Frank with weather alerts to help you plan, prepare, and protect your family.
I want to show you the areas that are of greatest concern.
That's Fox 61, Connecticut's news station.
Decisions. It's time to finally pull the trigger, or you'll lose the perfect opportunity to buy or sell that business. You're going to need a lawyer. You need a firm that has the clout of a big firm, but also a firm that has the time to focus on what you truly need. The good news is, help is just one click away. The law firm of Brown, Payne, Dearest & Scott has served the legal needs of individuals and their small businesses since 1977. With Brown, Payne, Dearest & Scott, you get more than a lawyer, you get a law firm. Visit us at bpslawyers.com. Nick Penderis approved this ad.
Eagle Rivet is the roofing company for commercial building owners. Eagle will inspect, repair, and maintain your commercial roofing system so you get the maximum life out of your roof. From small repairs to complete replacement, Eagle Rivet has roofing systems that will be best for your building. Most service calls are answered within 24 hours. Call Eagle Rivet Roof Service today at 860-953-1231, 860-953-1231, or visit them online at eaglerivet.com. Eagle Rivet is a proud sponsor of Rebuilding Together Hartford.
Hi, this is Derek Hogarth on Money Wisdom. We get asked a lot of retirement questions that, we keep getting asked over and over. So let's talk about them today, some of the hot topics of retirement. Tune in this Saturday at 8:30. TIC News Talk 1080.
Naming your spouse as primary beneficiary is common. Naming your real estate the beneficiary of an IRA of life insurance policy may make overall planning easier. Learn more on this Sunday's edition of The Legal Exchange with Todd Lutzke at 9:30 on WTIC News Talk 1080.
This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning. Local talk all day. News around the clock and the New England Patriots. WTIC, WTIC FM HD2, Hartford and Odyssey Station.
10 o'clock Hartford, temperature 61 degrees. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. We do start with breaking news that schools in Southington are on alert now that a call from an out-of-state phone number threatened gun violence in the town's high school. Officers are at the school as an added precaution. They're working with school, state, federal agencies to assess the credibility of the threat. Additionally, the town has an added police presence at all town's schools. More information will be shared when it becomes available, and we'll bring it to you on WTIC. Stay inside. That's the message up north that police have for residents and communities surrounding Lewiston, Maine, where the search for a person of interest continues after a lone gunman opened fire, killing at least 16 in 2 locations last night. Lisbon Police Chief Ryan McKee says his community took action as soon as they learned of the tragedies, given the proximity to Lewiston.
As soon as we found out what was happening in our neighboring community, we activated our entire police department, and we sent anybody that was suited up to head up to the scene to assist. And myself and other officers in my department went to all the businesses that were open and told them to close up and go home before we had any information that it was going to come in this direction.
The person of interest, identified as 40-year-old Robert Card, is a trained firearms instructor believed to have a history of mental illness. Connecticut State Police say that they are prepared to address any threats that appear in Connecticut and that troopers will assist law enforcement in Maine if requested to do so. Upon further review.
In the matter to rescind the vote to reconfigure the Plymouth Public School District, I'd like to entertain a motion that the board rescind the action taken by the board.
Plymouth School Board Chairman Walter Seaman last night proposing that a school realignment plan just approved 2 weeks ago by the board be scrapped amid complaints from parents. The plan would have closed the Fisher Elementary School and put grades 7 to 12 into Terry High School. The panel agreed to reverse its decision, which pleased parent Samantha Dion.
It should have been revisited and more explanation should have been given to us.
Audio from Channel 3. Other parents, though, thought that the proposed change would have been good, noting that there are similar plans adopted in other towns. School officials have scheduled a question and answer session for the public that's going to happen at 7 tonight at Terryville High School to discuss new options. Police in Brantford charge a man with animal cruelty after they say he left 4 kittens abandoned in a dumpster over the summer. This is WTIC's John Silva.
30-year-old Denzel Hunter is charged. Police say the town's animal control officer received calls about the newborn kittens in a dumpster in August. The felines were found soaking wet due to heavy rain that day. Only one ended up surviving and is continuing to receive treatment. As for Hunter, he is charged with 2 counts of animal cruelty. Bond was set at $25,000. John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
AAA is getting the word out now as families and communities get ready for Halloween weekend and night. Greater Hartford AAA spokeswoman Tracy Noble says Halloween is problematic because kids aren't necessarily paying attention to road traffic.
They're excited about their costumes, about going trick-or-treating with their friends, and, of course, all the candy. So the adults need to provide the supervision and make sure that they're doing it safely. And unfortunately, Halloween is consistently one of the top 3 days of the year for pedestrian injuries and fatalities.
Noble says that parents should prepare brightly colored costumes for children and use a flashlight while walking around. She says drivers need to stay focused to look out for children. Markets are down. The Dow is losing 73 points, S&P 500 27 points down, and the NASDAQ losing 130 points. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
I'm Tom Kaminsky from the Brown Payne Dearest Scott Traffic Center. This update brought to you by Stu Leonard's. Roadwork both directions on the Wilbur Cross Parkway. First on the northbound side in the Wethersfield area for about a 2-mile stretch around the area of exit 68W, and in Wallingford southbound side for about a 3-mile stretch between exits 66 and 64. This week at Stu Leonard's, Farm Fresh Foods get their Mighty Porterhouse steak or New York strip steak direct from their Midwest ranchers. Your choice, only $11.99 a pound, save $3. Plus, Stu's very popular flatbread pizzas, assorted varieties, only $5 when you use the Stu Leonard's app, save $4.99. For more savings, visit the new StuLeonards.com. That's a look at your WTIC traffic. I'm Tom Kaminsky.
Local weather, WTIC's Bob Cox.
The temperatures will be running well above average for the next few days. Mostly sunny conditions today with highs getting into the 70s and relatively light wind. Partly cloudy tonight, lows in the 50s. There might be a little patchy fog here and there. And then it's mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs between 75 and 80. Probably coming up a little shy of the record high, which is 83 tomorrow. Partly cloudy Friday night, lows holding between 55 and 60. Mostly sunny Saturday. We're up between 75 and 80 again. The record high is 81. It does turn cooler Sunday with the chance for a few showers developing. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Have you heard? In just 8 weeks, Matt Sorois has dropped almost 50 pounds. The kid's showing me up, but it's great to see. It's great to see all the Awaken 180 clients I know have the same result, reaping the same rewards by dropping the weight, holding them back. What's stopping you?
Hear that music? It can only mean it's breakfast bagel time at McDonald's. The McDonald's breakfast bagel sandwich, a fluffy folded egg, 2 slices of American cheese, plus your choice of a savory steak patty, applewood smoked bacon, or breakfast sausage, all on a perfectly toasted bagel. It's bagel time. At participating McDonald's.
Erectile dysfunction affects many men in America today, but it's not just the man who is affected. It's also often their partners. But successful treatment of ED can truly bring relationships back to life. This is Dale, a partner of Promedic Restorative Men's Health, and that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of Northeast Men's Health right here in Hartford. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health is part of a group that has successfully treated tens of thousands of men over the last decade with treatments that are shown in medical studies to be effective in well over 90% of cases. And unlike wave therapy groups or online pill sellers, we offer a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols to help get you the results you want. So call Northeast Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956. That's 800-930-5956 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 5 offices across the Northeast to serve you, including Hartford.
Brian Jackman here for QC Kinetics. The future of joint pain relief is here, and it's called QC Kinetics. It's advanced regenerative medicine, and it's pretty amazing what it does. If you've been told more steroids or surgery are your only options, don't commit to that so fast. Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. I'm talking lasting relief. QC Kinetics doesn't mask the pain. These treatments go to the very root of the problem using concentrated healing properties placed directly in your joint to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. Imagine living your life this far with no more pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulder, your back, with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Listen, life is about motion. You want to get back into motion? Call QC Kinetics. That consultation consultation is free. The local medical professionals will give you that consultation, and you can set up an appointment. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 860-440-PAIN, 860-440-PAIN. Again, it's QC Kinetics, 2 offices here in Connecticut, and that number, 860-440-PAIN.
A Thanksgiving tradition in Connecticut is the Manchester Road Race. Another tradition is donating blood at the Ray Crothers Blood Drive. The Manchester Road Race Committee will again team up with the American Red Cross for this annual blood drive on Friday, November 24th at Manchester High School. Last year, the blood drive collected 364 pints of blood, benefiting over 1,000 patients in need of blood, plasma, and platelets. It's not too early to sign up. For more information, visit manchesterroadrace.com.
There we go, man.
Manchester Road Race.
Okay, sir.
This is Reese on the Radio, filling in for Will Marotti on WTIC News Talk 1080.
All right, folks, we are back. 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. Our good friend George is on hold. Thank you.
Gone.
Oh, did he leave? Okay. All right, we'll get him.
Rick and Chester on.
Oh, okay. Hey, Rick. Hey, Rick. You're on Reese on Radio on the town, Will Marotti show. I don't know who's show I'm hosting. What's going on, Rick?
Reese, nice to talk to you. So I was on hold, and I heard Tim's call, and I'm literally screaming at the radio. He starts his call very, very early talking about where are the red flag laws in Maine? And I'm screaming, they have one, Tim.
Yeah.
They have one. And finally, about 5 minutes in, you did your research and figured it out and let him know. And then it blows it all up in his face, and you just let a crazy liberal like that talk for a couple of minutes, and you just expose their ignorance.
Well, that's the...
They don't want these red flag laws.
That was the point that I was trying to make, is that, again, it is usually those who wish to scream and holler at these sort of bullet points, these talking points that they all have for gun control, right? It's never based on anything remotely informed, right? It's just, we need gun control, and that just, whatever that is, just implement it. It doesn't matter whether or not it's effective.
He doesn't want gun control. It's not even gun control. He wants all of these. Anytime he sees something like this, he calls him a domestic terrorist, and people are sheltering in place and all of those things. Listen, none of us, any reasonable person, regardless of your affiliation politically, wants crazy people on the street with guns.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure if you're a reasonable person, you don't want that. So we do have red flag laws. Understandable. He's saying, the Speaker of the House, that he wasn't the election denier, you have national ones. Okay, so you have a national bad policy. I want people within so if we have this policy, but obviously this person was let out, he should have been the poster child for red flags.
Exactly.
The person that released him should sit in front of Congress and say why it is and how it is that he fell through the cracks.
Exactly.
We don't identify people as being crazy people anymore. If Tim wants to get in the car, go up to Maine, it's not this big red state, 3.5 hours. You could be in the middle of Portland, surrounded by illegal immigration migrants, surrounded by crazy people. Maine isn't this ultra-conservative area, so you would think that they would protect the citizenry of Maine from something like this.
Yeah. Interesting. It's a good point, Rick. And they don't, look, you just brought up the point that I was bringing up to Tim, and that is, what was at the crux of all of this from the beginning? It wasn't about a red flag law. It wasn't even about gun control. It was about a person who now they know had mental episodes. That they had a deterrent, they had him in a mental facility. They released him. That's your point right then and there.
That's it, right there.
That's the point. We know exactly where the ball was dropped. That's it.
100%. And the fact that, yes, back in the day, when we had all these mental institutions and all those people were treated poorly within government facilities, understandable.
That's correct.
That doesn't mean we don't. That doesn't mean we can't revisit that. We need to. Obviously, it's over and over and over again. We have people walking amongst us. There are people that belong in society, and there are people that belong in treatment centers. There are people that belong in prisons. But if we let them all walk amongst us, then this is the result. You can write as many red flag laws as you want, but we have laws on the books that we don't follow across the board, from low-level misdemeanor crimes that are just completely ignored to massive illegal immigrants that are coming into our country on a daily basis. We have laws on the books that we don't even follow anymore.
Yeah.
Yet,
that's true. Rick, you bring up a good point that I brought up yesterday, if not earlier in the week. In fact, I brought it up plenty of times here. I think I talked about the Derek Chauvin case, with George Floyd. Government, to sum it up, exactly what we're talking about here, right? So what does government do? They take one local incident that becomes national, and then they apply it across the entire board, right? So we have one police officer that's accused of murder, and then every governor, even ours here, suggests that the policing in their state needs to be overhauled. They had nothing to do with the incident with Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, but they are immediately indicted as the bad actor. They had nothing to do with it. The same was the case in mental institutions. Geraldo Rivera does this explosive report on the facilities in which these people were, the conditions they were living in, and the entire system goes, oh, we got to overhaul it all. Just ignore those who are actually working well, the ones that are actually helping patients. No, we got to get rid of the whole thing, which is, again, the biggest problem with government. It's an all-in or an all-out policy. Who cares how it affects the citizens?
Right, and it's usually within about 6 months of one of those drastic policy changes that the results are there, and they're always bad.
Exactly.
Knee-jerk reactions for these people to maintain power or to go with whatever flavor of the week it is.
Yep.
So if there's an election, they can say, I rubber stamp that, so I get reelected. And it's never about taking care of the citizenry of the United States. It's always about something else. And it's if you have a bad policy like the one that ones that happen, it's okay to reverse.
Yep.
It's okay to go back and say, hey, that was wrong. But we never do.
Yeah, it's true.
It never happens.
And it's not just ignorance and hubris. I think what it is just like there's just no accountability. And don't forget, we also have an electorate that consistently keeps voting for the same misguided politicians who keep implementing the same thing that makes matters worse, and it's insane. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate the call, sir. All right, so let me move on. Let's go to Doc. Hello. No, sorry, Richard. Sorry, Richard in Summers is on. Hello, Richard. On with Reese On The Radio on the Will Malati Show.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. This two subjects I wanted to touch base on.
Yes, sir.
Not related to the incident yesterday, but I did want to talk about, if I can, the LEAF program in Connecticut, the Department of Education, Connecticut, the State Department of Education. We had, in my day, a very similar program, and that program was designed to ensure that children attended school. And the program at that time didn't need federal funding. It didn't need the $10.7 million. That's correct. $10.7 million that the State Department of Education received in federal funds. We didn't need that. What we needed was a program called parenting.
Understood.
Were responsible for ensuring that their children attended school.
That's right.
Now, I'm going to pose some questions, if I can take a few moments of your time.
Okay, sure.
We are failing. If we are failing to parent at a simple level of making sure your child goes to school, assuming, of course, that you have children, because there are certain groups of people in Connecticut that don't even know they have children.
Right, but those are those who know that they do.
There are people that don't, and
right.
Again, I could go in a different direction, but I won't. If you have a child and the simplest task is to ensure that that child gets out of bed, performs activities of daily living, which brushing your teeth, combing your hair, having a Pop-Tart, dressing yourself, and going to school. If we are failing at that level, can you only imagine in your mind, if you're capable of critical thinking, where else we are failing? I ask your
It's a good point. It's a good question.
Think about that. If you can't get an 11-year-old or whatever age child, 11, 12, if you can't get that child to school, what else are you failing at? Now, I'm going to segue into the $10.7 million from the federal government, from our taxes, that are now funneled into Connecticut so they can set up home visits, offices, administrators, tech support teams, president and vice presidents, and the whole system. They need that to make sure these children get into school. Now, let me segue into Stone Academy.
Okay.
Do you think the State Department of Education could intervene? Now, I know Tong, I know he's doing a wonderful job by filing a civil lawsuit against the owner of Stone Academy, but let's think about what that's going to do. The only thing that's going to do is freeze the funds of the owner of Stone Academy. So in 5 or 6 years from now, the students that were directly affected may get gratis, may get a couple $1,000s in the mail for their efforts. But right now, couldn't the State Department of Education maybe intervene with some of this $10.7 million? I hope people are hearing that.
Listen, it is a lot of money, and it's a considerable amount of money. I think I was reading the story yesterday about how much money is being spent per student in the state of Connecticut. And it's in the tens of thousands. What I find interesting in how you're laying this out as far as the education system is concerned, right? Of course, we have a problem in a lot of these households, the truancy problem in the top of the hour. I think Morgan Cunningham even mentioned that in the story that I'm covering today, is that we have a truancy problem with these children. They're not accounted for. They're out in the streets or wherever. Parents, of course, are either working jobs or they don't care. There's no way we can police that, right? Other than to actually, there's a way to police it, but it's probably not going to be that effective. But what we need to do is, we used to have truant officers, but then again, we also have an active administration, the education administration, that's removing police from the schools, SROs, and other apparatus within the police department. We don't want policing because we don't want the school to jail prison, funneling that's happening, because we don't want them involved. And I agree with that to some degree, but police shouldn't be involved in having to get children into classrooms. However, we do need a very, very active school system that is engaging in kids. If these kids are registered in school, these teachers and these administrators need to get in touch with those parents. Hey, your kid's been out of class for the last 20 days. And then get either DCF involved or some other apparatus involved, because remember, it's illegal for you to have your child out of school at some of these young ages. We're talking some at the age of 12 and 13. Something's got to be done.
I agree. All of your comments I agree 100%. If I could just take a few more seconds of your time, you were right on the mark with the mental health issue that we're dealing with in Connecticut. And you were right on the mark. I'm surprised that you remembered, but it gives me a clue as to, your age and your background when you mentioned Haldo and you mentioned his story that he did that appeared in a publication. Many of the people out there now won't even know what a magazine is, but it was a publication called Life Magazine, and that was the article from Haldo where he went into many of these facilities that they classified as psychiatric facilities or psychiatric care facilities, and the atrocities were overwhelming.
They were.
I happen to have been in the healthcare arena for 40 years. I'm retired. The atrocities were overwhelming, but not every single facility had patients 5-point restraints. Not every single facility had patients that were lying in feces and urine. Not every single facility used psychotropic drugs to control patients with behaviors. So what they did, again, your comment was right on money, right on target. They did a blanket shut down every mental health facility in New York. And there is your root cause for what we are currently dealing with today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time, and I hope these words reach someone, and maybe someone will do as I have done. Try to reach someone at the Attorney General's office. Good luck to you. Still waiting 3 weeks for responses to phone calls and emails. Maybe someone will have some luck in dealing with the State Department of Education, Board of Nursing. Still waiting for response from them. Numerous phone calls and emails.
Wow.
We in Connecticut,
you need answers.
We have no platform to deal with our local and state government.
Yeah. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate the call, man, and my pleasure to give you the time. We'll take one more. Yeah, we can take another one. Let's go to, do we take Doc? Yes, let's take Doc. Hey, Doc, you're on the Reese On The Radio on the Will Morati Show. Hey, sir.
Happy Friday Eve.
Yeah.
Originally, I was going to call about the educational system, but then Tim came on. And I do agree with Tim that we do need to be able to look at people's mental health.
Right.
There's multiple problems with that. This thing called HIPAA.
That's right.
You know, how can I look into your mental health history if I can't see your medical
That's correct.
charts?
Right. And you know what? It's an interesting point you make about that. Do you remember the big debate about the Affordable Care Act, what commonly known as Obamacare? One of the biggest problems that people had, and it was a news story for a couple of weeks and then went away, was that they were going to ask doctors in relation to this conversation, they were going to ask doctors to report to the Health and Human Services Department if a patient owned a gun.
Right.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. But yes, and I won't go any further than that because that bothered me. But now I want to make one thing very clear: an AR-15 is an Armalite rifle. It is not an assault rifle. A 22 caliber gun is a .22 inch bullet.
Yeah.
An AR-15 shoots a .223 inch bullet. It is a 22 caliber gun. Period. It is not an assault rifle. It's not a 22. It's not. It is a 22.
What do you think that? Can I ask you this? Let me ask you this, Doc. What do you think the ignorance of those who keep referring to it as an assault rifle, even though they have access to the information on what the gun is, but yet refuse to either cite it or even look it up? What do you think that's about? Do you think it's about ignorance, or do you believe that it is? If the point is they don't want to know?
It's convenience.
Right.
AR assault rifle. AR assault rifle. It's that stupid. I mean, simple. It's just they want to make a point about it, so they're choosing to misrepresent what it means.
Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. All right, I got to go to a break. I just got the memo here that I have to go to a break. But thank you, Doc. We'll take a break. We'll come back to this in a second. I want to read what Lori L. just wrote in the chat room. It's interesting. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. It's Reese on the Radio, filling in for Will Marotti on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Apple. Message and data rates may apply.
I totally didn't see that.
Sorry.
For the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting WORLD to 64,000. Text WORLD to 64,000. That's WORLD to 64,000.
Explore Vladimir Putin's formative years in the new Odyssey original podcast About a Boy, the story of Vladimir Putin. Join host Julia Yaffe, Puck founding partner and Washington correspondent, as she explores why Putin's childhood is critical to understanding the Russian president and the brutal social code by which he lives, and how that biography can help inform.
Are we going straight to bottom?
Ukraine. Listen and follow About a Boy, the story of Vladimir Putin.
No, I'm saying, are we going straight to the bottom? I'm sorry.
Available now.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, you got it.
You get your podcasts.
When it's time to update your kitchen or bathroom, Cristino Kitchens will help you find the latest trends, furnishings, and styles for your home. Cristino Kitchens is a locally owned business with over 35 years of experience, providing remodeling services throughout Connecticut. Work with our experienced professionals to renovate your bathroom or kitchen. You'll work directly with a designer, helping you navigate the trends, make the most of your space, and get a complete vision and plan. Visit our brand new showroom at 160 Oak Street in Glastonbury, or visit us at CristinoKitchens.com.
Why should the Federal Reserve have so much power over your IRA or 401k? Whether they create a new bubble with low interest rates or pop the last bubble with high interest rates, a group of unelected government officials has no business deciding your future. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is just one more reason why I recommend a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Because precious metals are the best way to maintain your financial independence. And now you can hold gold inside of a tax-advantaged account. To learn more, text the word HEDGE to 989898. And my friends at Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold IRA company I trust, so text HEDGE to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Brian Jackman here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Another week of the NFL season and Thursday Night Football. It's a really good game. Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Buffalo Bills. And on FanDuel, all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game, and you get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays are just a great way to combine bets for a bigger payday. Every leg means a bigger payday. And if you're a little intimidated by doing it yourself, they have pre-built ones. They actually tell you how many thousands of other customers are taking part, so it's really kind of fun to do it that way too. FanDuel.com/Brian1080 is how you sign up if you haven't already. So don't miss out on the chance for a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. You do have to be 21. You have to be present in the state of Connecticut. That refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions and terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem and wants help, it's 1-888-789-7777 or simply go to ccpg.org/chat.
Are you looking for better heating savings and service for your home? Go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil or propane. Want to save more on heating costs? Go with Petro for a great deal on new energy-efficient heating systems with $0 down and low monthly payments. For these special offers, live 24/7 service, and everything you need to stay warm and save, you can never go wrong when you go with Petro. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02 today. That's 1-888-PETRO02. Propane not available in all areas.
And now, a WTIC news update.
10:30 Hartford temperature. We have 65 degrees. Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. A mass shooting is rocking a community north of Portland in southern Maine. Police say at least 16 people were shot to death at 2 different locations, several dozen injured. The shooter still at large. Cynthia Huntford lives in Lewiston.
This is an overwhelming situation. I don't think we've ever had anything like this.
Now, the development that we're just learning minutes ago is that Massachusetts State Police, according to WPRI in Boston and News 8 in New Haven, have issued a be on the lookout for a vehicle that may be connected to that mass shooting. But details about this whole situation and what the link may be are very few at this time. We know that they're talking about a blue Chevy Suburban with main plate 6625ZD. That's 6625ZD. A manhunt is underway for a person of interest, but it's not known if that person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card, is in that blue Chevy Suburban that Massachusetts State Police, again, according to sources in Boston, have issued a be on the lookout for. It's a blue Chevy Suburban with main plate 6625ZD. Here in Connecticut, police departments are on the lookout for anything suspicious. Middletown police, for one, in a statement say that they're going to be conducting frequent property checks at local schools and businesses to ensure student and resident safety. They say they have no information or threat to suggest that the community is in any danger, but that they're taking steps to ensure safety for everybody. And as this develops, we'll bring you more information on WTIC News Talk 1080. Up in Maine, there is a police conference that is supposed to be starting for the press at any moment, and we'll bring, again, information to you as we get it on WTIC. As they try to bring chronically absent students back to school, state officials are highlighting a program that sends school staffers into family living rooms. WTIC's Dave Mager reports.
East Hartford High School social worker Antoinette Locke highlights the benefits of the LEAP program.
The relationships we get to build early, especially when we connect with our incoming freshman students.
As school staffers meet up with families of the chronically absent, the hope is those relationships lead students back to school. Barbara Dalio backs the LEAP program as founder and co-CEO of Dalio Education.
Our hope is that we really re-engage the 119,000 off-track, disconnected, at-risk students, to re-engage them so they can graduate from high school.
The state's chronic absentee rate was 24% 2 years ago. It dropped to 20% last year. In East Hartford, Dave Mager, WTIC 1080 News.
Jury selection seems to be nearing an end in the case of Michelle Tricotis. Nearly a month after the process started, attorneys have chosen 10 jurors to hear arguments about the ex-girlfriend of the late Fotis Toulos. who took his life after being charged with murder in the 2019 disappearance of his estranged wife, Jennifer. There will be a total of 12. That's 6 jurors and 6 alternates. The trial is scheduled to begin January 8th, and it could go into early March. Trikotis is facing charges including conspiracy to commit murder and hindering prosecution. Jennifer Doulos' body was never found. A mixed annual report on suicide in the U.S. military. Key findings from correspondent Cammie McCormick.
Number of deaths decreased overall, but suicides among active duty troops are up slightly, most in the Marines and the Air Force. And the overall size of the active duty force is smaller, so the rate actually inched up. The military has spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to tackle the problem.
Markets are lower. The Dow down 77 points, S&P 500 26 points lower, and the NASDAQ is down 135. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
I'm Tom Kaminsky from the Brown Payne Dearest Scott Traffic Center. We have a lot of road work on the westbound side of Route 84 again this morning in that long stretch in East Hartford, beginning from exit 58 right on out through exit 26. The left lane will be closed. That runs until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's a look at your WTIC traffic. I'm Tom Kaminsky.
Local weather. WTIC's Bob Cox.
Southwesterly flow of air is going to persist for the next few days, keeping temperatures well above average. And we'll see a good deal of sunshine today, mixing with a few clouds at times, but it's mostly sunny overall. Highs getting into the 70s. Partly cloudy conditions tonight, lows in the 50s. And mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs between 75 and 80. The record high tomorrow is 83. Probably fall a little short of that, but partly cloudy and pretty mild Friday night, lows between 55 and 60. That's close to where the average high is this time of year. And Saturday will be mostly sunny and warm, 75 to 80 degree highs. The record is 81. It does turn cooler Sunday with clouds and the chance for a few showers, highs upper 50s and low 60s. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Brian Jackman here for Brian & Company and WTIC News Talk 1080. Friday's massive. Just a massive show. I don't even know where to start. Senator Richard Blumenthal will join us. We're going to have a professional wrestler on the show, David Lightman, dealing with all the professional wrestling going on in D.C. I mean, just a massive amount of news flow to talk about with him. And Mike Cavanaugh, the head hockey coach at the University of Connecticut, just an awesome guy, great program. They're going to win a national title at some point. They are. All of that, plus your news, weather, and traffic on Brian & Company right here on WTIC. We start at 5:30. We take it all the way to 9 o'clock.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Jason Alexander.
I wanted to be William Shatner.
Live, as long as you're asking. November 3rd at the Bushnell.
When I first got the chance to audition for Seinfeld, I looked at those 4 pages and I said, well, they kind of sound like a Woody Allen movie. My George Costanza was blatantly Woody Allen. That's where the glasses came from. That's where the thick New York accent came from.
Tickets on sale now at Bushnell.org.
What a night!
Proceeds to benefit the Hartford Healthcare Cancer Institute at Hartford Hospital.
Brian Jackman here for Connex Connecticut. Connecticut manufacturers, have you joined Connex Connecticut yet? Well, Connex Connecticut is an easy-to-use online platform that connects U.S. manufacturers and suppliers with a single, accurate, and searchable supply chain database. With Connex Connecticut, it's all about making connections and growing your business. In fact, in the last month, one Connecticut manufacturer secured a $100,000 order and another secured a $48,000 order, all thanks to Connex Connecticut. Connect with buyers, primes, OEMs, and other qualified manufacturers who either have what you need or need what you have. and all your data is encrypted, safe, and secure, meeting the latest cybersecurity standards in the industry. Use the Connex platform to fulfill your supply chain needs or as a marketplace to post RFQs. Contact them at connex@constep.org to learn more about how you can participate in this supply chain program. Connex@constep.org. That's CONNEX@CONNSTEP.org.
This is Reese on the Radio, filling in for Wilma Roddy on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Hey, we're back. I wanted to play this audio a lot later, but again, it's news. It's important. I understand there are more breaking details, and we're, of course, going to be talking about this with someone who is actually on the ground. We're going to have Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, at 12 noon today, so a little less than an hour and a half. He'll be here gathering more and more information about what took place. When I was having this discussion with Tim, I was saying I'm going to play this audio. I wanted to wait later, give people an opportunity to wake up and start their day. But there's a woman by the name of Nicole Arel, and many of the videos that were shown on CNN and other places have been using her camera footage or her phone camera footage. And she was on with CNN last night, and in her conversation, she said this. I guess the reporter had asked her about how her daughter was doing. They were both, of course, witnesses to the carnage. They were, patrons of the bowling alley as it took place. And this is what she said in response to the question about how her daughter was doing.
You tell your daughter who was with you. I just can't imagine as a mother how to make sense of it and to relay that to a child.
We have open dialogue, so we talked about it. She was definitely scared. She's like, she started crying. She's like, this is a scary world we live in, Mom. And I'm like, I know. And, my older kids were talking about getting backpacks for the bulletproof backpacks, because it seems like there's always some sort of threat at the school. It's just starting to be stuff like that gets real when something so big happens. It's like, okay, yeah, it really could be our school next. So we came home and she wanted to lock up right away. We locked up the windows, everything. I do have a firearm, so it made her feel better to know that I was carrying it around and had it all ready to go. Just she was scared somebody was going to come into our home, and I told her you gotta remember that odds could be so slim for that. So try not to worry so much, but I will do whatever I can to make you feel better in the meantime too.
And this next audio is from a gentleman by the name of Robert McCarthy. He is the Lewiston City Council member, and he said this on CNN with Lauren Phillip when he was interviewed by her.
I do want to take a second and our hearts and our prayers go out to everybody involved. And we're thinking of you, and the city is going to do whatever it takes to help anyone involved. And also, I wanted to say is that my house is located a half a mile from where this happened. And so it was a real scary event. I live on a dead-end street with woods behind me. We locked all the doors. We grabbed the guns, and we're just waiting to hear that they catch the individual or individuals that did this.
So people are arming up, and as I talked about it yesterday, we do live in a dangerous time, and my old friend, good friend Gene Pinkham used to say, and I know that's been said by others, but Gene Pinkham was the first person I ever heard it from. When seconds count, the police are minutes away. And it's important that people can protect themselves. It's insane, but I get chills. My wife's best friend Misty lives in Bangor, Maine. It's 2 hours away from this, but even her kids are they put metal plates in their kids' backpack. Anyway, we'll go to the phones. 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. Dave in Waterbury is on the line. Hello, Dave.
I'm a recent listener to WTIC. In Waterbury, we had a local talk show that I used to listen to all the time, but the station has changed management and things have changed there. So I started listening on a regular basis a few months ago to Pastor Will's show, and I like it, and I like him. I like the way he treats people, particularly people who he doesn't agree with. And I've heard you a few times. You're very facile. You're very smart.
Thank
you
you.
have a lot of information to give. And I've listened to Tim years ago, when he called into the radio show on.
Be nice, Dave. Make sure you're nice.
He, beg your pardon?
No, I was just saying, be nice. I know people have a very visceral response to Tim. I understand that.
No, I don't. I don't. More often than not, I don't agree with him.
Okay.
But I respect his intellect. But I just want to say, you're too good a talk show person. And I think if you go back and listen to your conversation with Tim, I don't think you gave him a chance to really get it out as to what he wanted to say. I don't know if I was going to agree with Tim or not, but it was a very disjointed conversation that you had with him. And I think, this is mild criticism.
Oh, no. I'm taking it. I consider all criticism. I don't think that any criticism is bad or good. I like it.
I think you were at fault. But
Okay.
having said that, I just want to say something about an AR-15.
Sure, real quick.
I don't know too much about guns, but when my brother-in-law went into the service in 1970, he was issued the Army version of the AR-15. I think they used to call it the M16.
Correct.
I don't know what they call it, but he told me it was a .223 caliber bullet, and I said, well, how the hell is that going to stop anybody? He explained to me that it was very lethal in the sense that it was high velocity, and that as it went through the person, it tumbled and kind of really tore them up.
Right.
And the other thing, and I've had confirmation of that in the meantime. And the other thing is that these semi-automatics, the AR-15.
Every gun, every legal gun is a semi-automatic, sir.
Yeah, that's right. It's a semi-automatic, but here's the point. Those semi-automatics can kind of pump out a bullet. It takes a little more than a second to push a bullet out.
Indeed.
And so if you have a 30 round magazine, you can, in less than 32, 33 seconds, you can shoot 30.
Dave, let me ask you that question based upon what you just stated. Are you suggesting that the gun should be slower?
Well, what I'm suggesting is this. I've thought about this a lot, and I've read the Heller decision, and that's the seminal case on ownership.
Yes.
And in that decision, Scalia, who wrote, part of the decision, basically left the door open for doing something about guns. I mean, we don't allow machine guns.
Right.
We don't allow lots of other kinds of guns. I certainly wouldn't want anybody to have a 50 caliber gun.
Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that illegal gun ownership, and I use that term loosely, they have far worse weapons than the ones that people legally own. AR-15s. I mean, the AR-15s are Westing. I'm talking about AK-47s, and we do know that people have them.
No, and you put your finger on it. We should be so rigorous in the terms of punishment.
Correct.
For people who own illegal guns and who have guns without a permit when they should have a permit, and we don't.
Yeah.
I've been following this for a long time. We have people, including juveniles, who not only have guns but shoot their guns at people.
Right.
And we don't put them in jail for any length of time.
Right.
We have to have draconian sentences for people who carry guns.
No. Let me say, Dave, I'm going to let you go by telling you this. I'm going to give you this compliment. Thank you for saying that, because if people are really serious about their reaction to this kind of carnage, whether it's in this case in a bowling alley or in the inner city of Chicago, the acts of these individuals are draconian and barbaric. We need laws and punishment that match those. That is a one.
Just let me say this.
Yes, sir.
After we do that and get serious with people who have these illegal guns or carry guns illegally, we should then look at the kinds of guns we allow people. I frankly am very uncomfortable with legal gun owners having AR-15s with magazines of 30 and 60 bullets.
Dave, let me ask you this. Do you believe that the citizenry should make that decision, or do you believe a bureaucrat should?
I think the legislature, which would be the citizenry, should make that determination.
Okay.
And I have faith that they will if they were presented with the facts. And I think, this idea that we have to have guns because, part of the reason for the Second Amendment is to overcome a tyrannical government.
Right.
Well, the problem with the tyrannical government is it's a lot different now. We certainly, they've got bazookas, 50 caliber machine guns, all kinds.
Yeah, but that's no reason why we should have nothing. But that's a good point. I appreciate it, though. Dave, let me move on. I'm going to take another call. But thank you. I appreciate the criticism and your commentary. Let's go to Steve, who's on the road. Thank you for holding, Steve. You're on Reese On The Radio, the Will Marotti Show.
Hey, Reese.
Hey.
I hope we have a little bit of time because this is a very complicated issue, and you were in error with your last conversation.
Talk to me.
You were. First of all, we all need to educate ourselves, and I don't know if people are good at that.
Okay.
Sometimes some people need a teacher to help them educate themselves. Other times people are capable of educating themselves.
Okay.
But a semi-automatic is not what all the guns are.
Oh, no. I said,
Automatic.
what's an automatic?
I heard what you said, Reese.
Yes, I know. Don't become combative.
Okay.
Don't become combative. I'm asking a question.
I'm passionate about that. Is that all right if I'm passionate?
No, be passionate. That's fine.
Combative.
Okay, go ahead. What would your point? I'll let you finish your point, then I'll respond.
Okay. Now, I thought what you said, and I thought what the other gentleman said, was that all these guns that we have today are semi-automatics.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true.
That wasn't what I said, but go on.
Correctly or not?
No, that's a partial understanding of what I said. Legal ownership is not of automatic weapons.
Okay, that wasn't clear.
Okay, that's what I said.
We have to be very precise.
That's why I said it.
When we're talking about issues like this.
That's what I said. And in fact, I even mentioned there are illegal gun owners, and I said I was making fun of that. If you even mentioned there are people who have AK-47s and other illegal weapons that are automatic. That was the point I was making with Dave.
Well, not all AKs. See, again, we have to be clear and concise.
Okay.
And include all the information, not cherry pick information. I'm not saying that you are.
Okay.
But some AK-47s are semi-automatic.
Correct.
And some AK-47s can be manipulated to be fully automatic.
Correct.
Okay. Then there's a gun that's called a repeater.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think that a lot of people, I don't know what the percentages are, would have a repeater. And a repeater would be, if I understand correctly, is like, have you ever seen a bolt-action rifle?
I'm sorry, a bump action? Is that what you said?
A bolt action.
A bolt action, yes.
A bolt action is every time you shoot, you have to action the gun
right.
and put in another shell.
Correct.
It doesn't just happen by the operation of pulling the trigger.
Correct.
Okay, but what I want to first say is, I don't know what the percentage of this is, but all guns were made to kill.
Right.
So we got to get over this idea that somehow or another killing means evil. It doesn't necessarily mean evil. It all depends on the situation.
Agreed.
If a person comes into my house, and I love my wife, and I love my children, and I love myself, I'm going to preserve myself whatever way I can.
Correct.
And if the government gets in my way of doing that, I'm going to oppose that with all my fervor and energy also.
Agreed. As you should.
See, the problem is we're not strong enough to be right. We're always on the defensive and running away from evil.
Good point.
We do it with our words, we do it with our actions, and we do it with our thoughts.
Steve, literally, everything that you said, I 100% agree with. And again, that was the point I made when playing that audio earlier about the two individuals, the woman who filmed the incident and the city councilman. who said that, again, they locked themselves in their home and they grabbed their guns. And again, the young lady said her daughter felt safer. And that should be a testament.
Okay.
That should be a testament.
Make another point also, if you would.
Last one, sure.
The greater danger than this man on the loose up in Maine,
Mm-hmm.
the greater danger is making the wrong decisions to solve the problem, which will make our lives more in danger.
Yep. Yeah, a
tyrannical government, which is being built all around us as we sit here and talk.
Steve, that is exactly my point that I made to Tim, is that what are you asking the bureaucrats to do? And I even asked the question of Dave earlier, like, who should make the decisions on how the public should defend itself? Should it be left to legislators or should it be left to the people? And if you ask the people, I bet you, bar none, with situations like this, they will more than likely tell people, allow us to protect ourselves. Because again, like I said, Eugene Binkham. No, I gotta let you go. I gave you one more. I gotta go to the next one. We'll go to Mark with West Hartford in a second, but I want to make this point. It's very, very clear and make this what I said before. People are reacting. The police is reacting to the carnage. Right? And I wanted to play the two citizens first before I played the audio I'm going to play now, before I go to Mark in West Hartford. This is Newt Gingrich yesterday on Hannity, and he said this, and Lori's making the point here as well in the chat room. You know, disarmed citizenry does not, allows for those who wish to do you harm with impunity. And here's Newt Gingrich on that same point.
I think that we're going to have to really think through a better method of protecting people. Frankly, in states that have concealed carry and other permits, constitutional carry permits, you have a much more rapid response to these kind of people who are crazy. And we have no idea what this person's motivation was, but I think we have to assume as we move forward that people, and by the way, this also applies to what happened in Israel when Hamas attacked. We have to have a greater ability for our citizens to protect themselves, because it's clear the law enforcement comes in after the massacre, but the law enforcement's almost never there to stop the massacre. This has been true in Europe, it's been true here, it's been true in Israel. So I think we have to think about a whole new strategy, because these kind of people are extraordinarily dangerous, are willing to kill others, have no sense of decency, and frankly, you have to stop them as early as possible to minimize the loss of individual lives.
And that's the point that I'm making here. And I think a lot of people are in agreement. Even people, I know that there are some people who have been on the fence about this who think otherwise. Back to the phones we go. 860-522-9842. Mark in West Hartford, you're on the Reese On The Radio on the Will Maratti Show. Let's wrap this puppy up, buddy.
Hey, and I'm sorry to go back into the previous half hour. First, I want to say, though, real quick, because I know I don't have much time. Me, Joe from Simsbury, Patty, Dave from Brantford, and Rudy, we all wish we had the time Tim gets. So, I mean, more than enough time. We pray for that type of time.
Okay, I promise I will take that into consideration.
Well, no, but I mean, for somebody to bring up he doesn't have enough time. But listen, I got to piggyback off that. The individual that was annoyed at the $10 million that the state of Connecticut gets.
Yeah, 10.7?
Yeah, but here, tell me, what is America going to do when we run out of American Rescue Plan money? You know, there was $1.9 trillion given out by Biden. They're still handing it out. Listen to what New Haven. So he's upset about $10 million. New Haven just got $3.5 million because they said 2,200 New Haven infants and toddlers don't have access to early childhood programs. Now, they went and they brought the cameras into the classroom. Reese, there are babies in high chairs. There are 1, 2, and 3-year-olds playing with toys. This isn't early childhood program.
This is babysitting.
This is daycare.
Yeah.
This is babysitting. They want to spend $1.6 million to retain the babysitters and to get new ones. That's just bonus money.
Yeah.
And then they need another almost $2 million to develop the program.
Yeah.
And I gotta revisit this one thing Hartford has. So there's something called the walking school bus.
Okay.
Which is
I know this.
With Yeah, but Hartford's version is that if your child doesn't arrive and they're signed up for it, and they don't make it to school, they call the parent. And if the parent wants, they will send an administrator or a teacher to your house to pick up your child and walk your child to school. This is administrators are six figures plus. This is unbelievable. So if he's thinking about the 10 million throughout the state,
Think about the other waste.
Just one city.
Yeah.
But anyway, great job again.
Thank you, sir.
Tim gets plenty of time. He gets more than enough.
I promise I will give equal time, but I'll also explain that. All right, we're going to go.
I understand why you indulge.
Okay. Top of the hour is coming up. We'll go into the Tom Shattuck Show because, of course, I'm filling in today and tomorrow from 9 till 2. So we've got plenty of time for all of your calls and all of the subject matter we're covering today. So just stay tuned for that. If you're on hold, if you can, please do just let Roland know that you were going to hold on to the top of the hour, and we'll bring you in immediately to talk more about this and other topics. I want to make sure that we stay on the topics we're going to talk about today. I don't mind, going left and right, but we'll make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to chime in. All right. It's Reese on the Radio, and we're going to go to a break. Filling in for Will Marati, about to fill in for Tom Shattuck on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
The leaves are turning, and Superior Rental has all the right equipment you need for your fall yard and home improvement projects.
All right, see you, Matt. I'm going to take a break.
As well as power washers, leaf blowers, chippers, even truck and trailers. You can trust Superior to supply your larger projects with the heavy equipment you need, from excavators, lifts, compressors, and light towers to a vast selection of generators and heating equipment. For your next project, visit one of our 5 Connecticut locations or our full online catalog at superiorrental.com. Rent tough, rent right, rent superior.
Hi, I'm Deb. I get a point for every dollar I spend. That's my Big Y Rewards.
I'm Jan, Deb's sister. I get 1 point for every dollar I spend. That's my Big Y Rewards.
That's funny. We both get points for every dollar we spend to save on fuel and groceries.
It's like her rewards are my rewards.
Well, I also get to choose stuff for free, like a pie from Big Y's Bakery.
I'm pretty sure I started using my Big Y Rewards first.
It's more than food. It's my Big Y Rewards.
This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning. Local talk all day. News around the clock and the New England Patriots. WTIC FM HD2 Hartford and Odyssey Station.
11 o'clock, Hartford temperature 67 degrees. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. We do start with breaking news and update on the mass shooting situation in Maine. It just started about 15 minutes ago or so, and the governor, Janet Mills, spoke for a few moments just up until about 11 o'clock here. So we are breaking this down as we currently speak, and the press conference is continuing. But what we're learning more about that mass shooting and manhunt for the person of interest in connection with it is this. This is Governor Janet Mills.
I'm profoundly saddened to stand before you today to report that 18 people lost their lives and 13 people injured in last night's attacks.
The person of interest is identified as 40-year-old Robert Card. He's being considered armed and dangerous.
This attack strikes at the very heart of who we are and the values we hold dear for this precious place we call home.
The shootings at a bar and a bowling alley began shortly before and continued just after 7 late last night. Connecticut State Police are monitoring the situation, they say, and they're prepared to respond to any threats in Connecticut's communities. If requested, state troopers will assist Maine State Police with the investigation. Again, the press conference is continuing, and we will bring information to you on a timeline and other details that are shared in the 11:30 news. A shooting threat at Southington High School is considered unsubstantiated. The Southington Police Department, investigating the threat with help from school, state, and federal officials, are investigating the source of that threat. They haven't found it yet, but they do say originally that phone call was made from an out-of-state number. There is an increased police presence at schools throughout Southington. Waterbury police make an arrest in the death of a child from over a year ago. This is WTIC's John Silva.
35-year-old Cynthia Hanna turned herself into police this week. Investigators say last October 5th, they responded to an apartment on Green Street on a medical assist call involving a 1-year-old child. Hanna was caring for the little one at the time. The baby was not breathing and was transported first to St. Mary's and then Yale New Haven Hospital, where the child was pronounced dead. The medical examiner ruled the death a homicide based on injuries the baby incurred. A year-long investigation led to Hannah being identified as the suspect. She now faces charges of manslaughter, assault, and reckless endangerment. Bond was set at $100,000. John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Markets are mixed. The Dow is 18 points higher, S&P 500 down 15 points, and the Nasdaq's lower by 105 points. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
Dearest and Scott Traffic Center. We still have delays on the westbound side of Route 84 in East Hartford, right around exit 58. And from that point, the left lane is going to be out of service with construction work. That runs all the way out through exit 26, and that's going to be in place until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's a look at your WTIC traffic. I'm Tom Kaminsky.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family. Available at Walgreens and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Local weather. WTIC's Bob Cox.
The southwesterly flow of air is going to persist for the next few days, keeping temperatures well above average. And we'll see a good deal of sunshine today, mixing with a few clouds at times, but it's mostly sunny overall. Highs getting into the 70s. Partly cloudy conditions tonight, lows in the 50s. And mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs between 75 and 80. The record high tomorrow is 83. Probably fall a little short of that, but partly cloudy and pretty mild Friday night, lows between 55 and 60. That's close to where the average high is this time of year. And Saturday will be mostly sunny and warm, 75 to 80 degree highs. The record is 81. It does turn cooler Sunday with clouds and the chance for a few showers, highs upper 50s and low 60s. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Last year, hundreds of care packages were sent to our military overseas. Let's make this year's Boxes to Boots even better. Join Comcast, NBC, and Telemundo Connecticut and help send packages to our troops this holiday season. Go to NBCConnecticut.com/boxes to boots to shop online or make a monetary donation. You can also drop off items in person at any participating Xfinity store.
Boxes to Boots is brought to you in part by WTIC NewsTalk 1080.
I'm Joe with Simple Sales CT, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 203-896-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and more importantly, anywhere in Connecticut. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind-in-payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying junk houses. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and even foreclosure houses. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at 203-896-4000. That's 203-896-4000. 203-896-4000. That's 203-896-4000.
Hi, this is Eric Hogarth on Money Wisdom. We get asked a lot of retirement questions that, we keep getting asked over and over. So let's talk about them today, some of the hot topics of retirement. Tune in this Saturday at 8:30. TIC News Talk 1080.
1 day, same day, 7 days a week. You can be treated at Columbia Dental in Manchester. With an on-site digital dental lab and all the dental specialties under one roof, you'll save time and money. Call 860-645-0111.
It's a win-win-win.
P. Dr. Portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the
What's up, Broham? You there?
predictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yep.
Oh.
Life insurance, up to 2
Oh, is it Roland coming in?
coverage with no.
Oh, that's right. You're until 12.
Yeah.
Hey, what Tom said that my audio sound bites were coming in too low.
Free quote at getethos.com.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but
Okay.
it wasn't.
Okay, hold on. Let me just double check.
QC
Hold on.
Kinetics, the future of joint pain relief is here, and it's called QC Kinetics. It's advanced regenerative medicine.
Is that better?
It's pretty amazing what it does. If you've been told more steroids or surgery are your only options, commit to that.
Okay,
fast.
thanks.
Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. I'm talking lasting relief. QC Kinetics doesn't mask the pain. He's got Patty at the root of the problem using concentrated healing properties placed directly in your joint to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. Imagine living your life this far with no more pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulder, your back, with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Listen, life is about motion. You want to get back into motion? Call QC Kinetics. That consultation is free. The local medical professionals will give you that consultation, and you can set up an appointment. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 860-440-PAIN, 860-440-PAIN. Again, it's QC Kinetics. 2 offices here in Connecticut, and that number, 860-440-PAIN.
You're listening to Reese on the Radio, filling in today for Tom Shattuck on WTIC News Talk 1080.
All right, folks, top of the hour here on News Talk 1080 WTIC. We've still got, I'm assuming, phones on hold. Let's go to Joe in New Haven first, and then we'll go to Patty. Joe, you're on the Reese on the Radio on the Tom Shattuck Show. Hey, Joe, you there? Okay, maybe we put him back on hold. He's not ready yet. We'll go to Patty. Hey, Patty, we're going with Reese on the Radio on the Tom Shattuck Show.
Challenge out here, your audience, but we have a great audience.
What's going on, Patty?
I wanted to say a few things, and I'll be actually as brief as I can. In the end, I'm going to say something really fast. It's 2 lines on HIPAA. Never give those up, by the way. We're
Okay.
having the Trump supporters on the terrorist list, and we will actually have the people coming in our home taking ours away. But I have a way around that. Maine actually, I'm going to read this right from the paper.
Mhm.
Maine has what we have red flag laws in Connecticut. They have yellow. But this is where the error was.
Mm.
Maine passed a law to prevent mass shootings. Police have used 13 times. Police and prosecutors have used that new law at least a dozen times since it took effect in July 1st, 2020, passing its 2019 passage in the Maine legislature. It allows police and prosecutors with medical professionals assessment in hand to seek a judge's permission to confiscate guns and other weapons from people who pose a danger to themselves and others of hopes of preventing mass shootings and suicides. In a more limited version of the red flag laws in other states that allow member families and police to petition courts and confiscate guns of dangerous weapons from people who found to be dangerous. The error was when this man was in the facility
Right.
in the summertime, there was no follow-up.
Right.
This man was about to have whatever he had for weapons, with all of his training, all of his background, and the man was already clearly mentally ill.
Yep. And it's funny because when I found out the story earlier and I heard about the mental facility that it was in, the first thing I looked up was like, okay, well, how long ago was this? We're talking the summer, August of this year. That's not long ago. This is recent. So, Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, is going to be on at noon today, and I'm actually sending him a text now to see if there's any follow-up he might have or if he knows about that facility.
BangorDailyNews.com. But there's 2 other things too.
Mhm.
When we keep putting laws on law-abiding citizens and allow the criminals to have no accountability, that is set up wrong. And that's very apparent to people in society. And many times when people are putting laws on the law-abiding citizen, they're looking to take freedoms and liberties away from you so that it doesn't threaten them.
Yeah, it's always about that.
You have to be very careful with HIPAA laws. 2 more points. You have to be very careful with HIPAA laws. Don't allow your HIPAA laws to be invaded by anyone. They are for your protection. That is your information, and it's private. You
Yeah.
don't allow the government officials to go in and pick and choose who they want to pick out for certain people. That will be another absolutely nightmare. Then I wanted to just really, really quickly about this nursing program that keeps coming up. I've not talked about it all along, but that didn't mean I don't have an opinion. We need to always have a nursing program as you do in others.
When you say the nursing program, wait. When you say the nursing program, is that relation to the schools?
The LPN program that
Oh, the gentleman was talking about earlier? Okay, briefly though, Patty, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm real briefly. First off, Griffin Hospital's involved in that. I know that had been come up the other day when Mr. Kelly was on, Senator, I believe, and I'm just saying they are involved in it. But what you actually need to do for any school, I know people put time in school, but they were in a program that's not accredited. It actually didn't have the advisors that it needed, didn't have the proper teachers in. So you know what? Two wrongs don't make a right. They have to go back. People need to be tested for a minimum standard. You can't put people out into schools or into hospitals or into other medical settings. Those people have jobs. It's just like you wouldn't put a fireman out there who's not qualified. Find out where these students are. Put the program, if you have to amend the amount of money that they pay, they still have to learn the principles. They have to understand the facts. They need to have a lab time. They need to demonstrate that they have some skills. They need to be followed up in a facility. They need to test them to see where the students are. A lot of time has gone by. They don't.
That's a good point.
They don't know. And you need to have, when these people, even the nursing program, you actually have the school. You learn the school. You learn about the sciences. You learn what you need to learn. Then you demonstrate it in a lab. You just don't go out and try it out on people.
That's
and then there should be follow-up.
so true.
With them in the training, and they have to be tested. They have to meet a minimum standard to get in and a minimum standard to get out before they take a test. Otherwise, we're going to be putting out people in society that are not able to care for people properly, and that's wrong. And I
Indeed.
just wanted to say that too.
Thank you. Nope, I appreciate it, Patty. We'll go to Joe. Joe is in New Haven. Joe, you're on the Reese On The Radio and the Tom Shattuck Show. Okay, he's still on another line. That's okay. That's all right. In the chat room, there's a lot of great conversation going on. Ken he said, you will never stop mental health issues. That is the problem, not the guns. And it's true. Of course, there's no way that you can. There's another part that I keep saying about legislation. You can't legislate individuals. That's the only reason why most bureaucracies legislate groups. As I said yesterday, and again, the refrain must keep going on and on and on. If we're ever going to get to the bottom of our personal disagreement with government, we must recognize how they operate. And it's not whether or not the government, it's not about whether or not they see you as individuals, because they cannot. In order to operate, right, in order to function as a government, right, they have to be the government or govern all of the people. And it has to be done in a very simplistic way for government, because there are just too many things on their plate that they're all trying to handle at the same time. Everyone's got an idea to deal with this problem, that problem, and the third, right? They've got so many other issues. So when they approach a problem, it is based upon, and it's usually, and I say this because it's not that it's Marxist, it's not that it's socialist, it's just government thought. That to solve an issue, it must be dealt with in a blanket fashion. Every point of view that government has is from the auspice that people are groups, not people or individuals. So they have to break those things down into the simplest. If you're asking yourself, why does everything have to be broken down by gender? Why does everything have to be broken down by race? Why does it have to be broken down by region? Why? Because they can't see it any other way. That's literally gone into other forms of our society. You should, folks, if you ever are interested and you're on Instagram, follow me over at Rack FM on Instagram and listen to these people who debate with me about the clips that I put on there for my podcast, and listen to the things that, or read the things that they say. And it is always based upon, especially those who are racially motivated, who are appalled at the idea that I even think the things that I do that they believe should be associated with the color of my skin. In essence, that my melanin should in some way infiltrate my brain to have that point of view. It's like, you are black and you think that? And I'm like, what does it have to do with one another? I didn't know that they were associated with thought. But they believe that. Oh my God, you were born in this time and you believe this, and you lived here and you believe that. You remember the conversation I had with a gentleman out of Hartford. He asked me, he's like, where were you born? I said, for Hollis, Queens. He goes, you don't sound like it. Because again, I was born and raised in an inner city neighborhood. Therefore, that I'm immediately mind melded with everybody from there. The government and many in society believe that. So, you know, I keep reiterating that over and over again because I need people to understand it's not that they're ignorant, it's that there's no other way. They couldn't pass legislation with their peers if they dealt with people individually. Because people would ask the question, it was like, okay, that might help one or two people. How do we help them all? Okay, so we'll just make a blanket rule for everyone. And they don't even, and another part about this, and again, this is the question I was saying to Dave who called, and as well as Tim, was when I asked who should be responsible for their own safety. Who should be responsible? Should it be the citizenry or should it be legislators? And I've talked to plenty of people on many levels asking about this. And they go, well, government, you know, everyone always usually runs to government, but the government needs to be, and our American government needs to do this. And I'm going, why are they why should they be the arbiters of what we should do? Shouldn't they be representing what the will of the people is? Like, people always scream and holler about the will of the people. Why are you under the impression that they're doing that? They never represent what people want. I mean, have you seen Senator Murphy or Blumenthal? Is there any, I mean, have they ever asked the citizenry what they want? Nope. It's party politics, party platforms, party talking points. Doesn't matter. And it's never about what's actually going on. Governor Lamont as well. I mean, we'd be living in the utopia that they claim that they want to achieve if they knew what was going on. I mean, if they really, really had the right idea. Going right back to the point that I was making about the 12,000 kids that are dropping out of school. Why? Why are they dropping out of school? Everything they're doing is for the betterment of society, from CRT to LGBTQIA plus legislation, all of it. None of it is working. This is a Democrat state. This is a blue state. And the number of people who are displaced, homeless, poor, out of work, that number grows. And election day comes around and someone says we need to change that, we need to go in another direction, and the state decides what. And again, I believe it. It is, again, as I said earlier, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite here. This, you know, you deserve the government that you elect. I find it astonishing, and I don't really believe that it's this. I believe that there are people who know that some of this nonsense has got to stop. But we haven't been able to overcome it. And I'll go back to what I said on election day. You know, the numbers this last election for governor was 175,000 votes. That was the differential. 175,000 votes. And I asked the question, how is it that Republicans or conservatives or even libertarians, how do you convince 175,000 people to vote this nonsense out? How do you convince them that all of this progression is not working? That no one's lives are better, things are getting worse, and you see it every day, you read it every day. What could convince them otherwise? And I truly do believe that there are a large number of people who do it out of spite. In my view, they do it out of spite. Or just sheer ignorance. And there are all of these examples that they can use, but they won't. They won't utilize them. at least not to the advantage of themselves. I used to say, somebody used to send me this one constant quote, Reese, you're voting against your best interest. That's funny. And then when I start explaining to them what my interests are, it's never the stuff that they're talking about. You obviously don't understand what my interests are. And I'm wondering, like, what are some of these people's interests? Do they just want to look like they're doing a good job, or do they actually want results? And to go back to what Mark was asking about why I give Tim so much time, it's real simple. Tim represents this state, believe it or not. And if you're sitting around asking yourself, and I know a lot of people are saying, it's like, well, we've heard him over and over. I don't know whether or not you're listening. And that's not, I don't want to appear like I'm being, I'm chastising people. Listen to what he's saying and why he's saying it and where it's coming from. It's all important. From the day I got on WTIC, I said this, and I'm going to reiterate it if I haven't done it often enough. You need to understand why people vote in the state in the way that they do, regardless of what happens or what the end result is. Because you've got to make a decision, as I also said after Election Day. You're going to make a decision. You're going to sit here and take it, or you're going to leave. And some people can't. So what are you going to do? You're either going to understand the other side that keeps voting against your best interest, or you're going to convince them otherwise. And if I have to keep chipping away at Tim in order to do that, I'm going to chip away. Now, I don't know whether or not the rest of you have noticed, but I have, and I take stock in knowing this. Tim has come around a lot more than you might give him credit for. And I get that, he's the complete antithesis of what a lot of beliefs are, what the beliefs are of many of the people on this network. Understood, and many people who listen to this network. But you have to have that voice. You have to listen to the other side, because trust me, they're not listening to you. They want no parts of what you believe. They'll condemn you, they will ridicule you, they will ignore you. And they have been, because this state has been under that same rule for generations. And the people here keep voting in the same mess over and over again. So something's got to give. Either everybody has to decide to, put their hands down, pay attention, and see what's going on, and then work on how it is that you can convince the rest of your constituents here and your citizenry that this isn't working, or we could just be angry. Trust me, I spent a lot of time being angry at these people, and trust me when I tell you, they've done a lot to get that anger out of me. They worked really, really hard at it. And again, go to my Instagram page, you'll see some of the vile things that are said. But I always shoot back. I always make sure to comment. And I even end my commentary after they're insulting me and calling me old or Uncle Tom. I always respond by saying, thanks for listening. Always. Not that I'm killing them with kindness. Just not going to get out of character. I just try to keep it that way. I knew this story was really, really going to be, not that I was trying to push it back, but I don't want to inundate the entire show with this, because again, the individual is still at large, and there's so many people who wish to respond to this. We'll let you do that. I didn't want to get into the political debate, because that in and of itself is, I think that shows a lot of disrespect to the people who are still mourning the deaths of individuals. I understand that now that number's been revised to 16. I think there were reports that there were 22 people who had lost their lives. It is now 16. It doesn't matter what that number is. I want to make sure I make that clear. It doesn't matter how many. One is too many. In this case, it was preventable. We know that. But I know that people just, it's what we do here. But I hate the politicization of what's going on. People need to band together to find out real solutions and step away from that, oh, my side is right and your side is wrong. if you want to have that conversation, fine, I guess, but I can't stop you. But real solutions matter in this, and of course, also an opportunity to reflect on, those who are dealing with this in a very real way, and that people here in this state hear this story, and it takes them back to a very, very dark time here in the state. So we got to take a break. All right, we'll be back. More news, more views when we return. And in fact, in the next half hour, let me just make sure I make this note. Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, will be here in a half an hour. We'll talk to him and see if he has any new details that hasn't been shared, and also some other questions when we return. It's Reese on the Radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Are you ready to smell better naked? I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the OBGYN creator of Lumi, the whole body deodorant that's clinically proven to control odor for 72 hours on pits, feet, privates, and beyond. It's pH optimized to safely and effectively control odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. Plus, it's proven to work better than a shower with soap alone. Whether you shower twice a day or 3 times a week, Lumi works better. And did we mention it's aluminum free? With over 200,000 5-star reviews, I'm so sure you're going to love it, or you can return it for free.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 500 and get an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, free product of your choice, and ships free with code 500. LumeDeodorant.com, code 500 for an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack. Love it or return it for free. That's LumeDeodorant.com, code 500.
And now, a WTIC news update.
11:30 Hartford, temperature 69 degrees. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. The search continues for a person wanted in connection with 2 mass shootings in southern Maine that killed 18 and injured 13. Charges are already lined up for the suspected gunman, 40-year-old Robert Card, Maine State Police Colonel William Ross.
There is an arrest warrant for 8 counts of murder for Mr. Card. And the reason it's 8 counts because 10 people have not yet been identified. As those people are identified, the counts will probably go to the total of 18.
Several questions were asked of Maine State Police how Card still had firearms despite reported mental health issues and past shooting threats. Maine's Public Safety Commissioner Mike Sacha.
Yeah, I think those are all valid questions, and certainly questions that we are looking into now, but not questions that we can answer today. Considering that this occurred last night, there's still an active search for the suspect in question. So I appreciate those questions, but not something we're going to be able to answer right now.
Governor Janet Mills with a hoarse voice from speaking all night with members of state police, also the Biden administration.
I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal together. We are strong. We are resilient. We are a very caring people.
State and federal flags are lowered to half-staff in honor of the victims in those Lewiston, Maine shootings. Connecticut State Police say that if troopers are asked, they will be prepared to go to Maine in case additional assistance is requested. Fitch Ratings upgrades the credit rating for the state of Connecticut's Yukon General Obligation Bonds, part of the University of Connecticut's 2000 program. The increase takes the rating from A+ to AA-. Fitch cites the success and impact of recent budgetary reforms and the state's commitment to higher education. Treasurer Eric Russell says the credit upgrade will allow more upgrades and investments that will benefit the university while lowering costs for taxpayers. State officials say a program aimed at getting fewer kids to miss school is making progress. It's the LEAP program, a system of home visits by school staffers to families of students struggling with consistent attendance. Barbara Dalio is founder and co-CEO of Dalio Education, a benefactor of the program.
It's really a tremendous model to have that engagement with the parents, because it sometimes there are different programs and some programs work. When you work with youth that are off track, disconnected, you need a whole holistic system.
The State Department of Education says chronic absenteeism statewide dropped from 24% in the school year ending in 2022 to 20% last school year. Humanitarian groups are warning that Gaza is going to run out of fuel in hours, though Israel denies it. Correspondent Kemi McCormick.
Aid groups say hospitals are at risk if the fuel supplies run out.
I don't think that is accurate.
The IDF's Jonathan Conrica says Hamas is hoarding supplies.
It's all inside the Gaza Strip, and there's enough for many days for hospitals and water pumps to run. Only the priorities are different. Hamas prefers to have all of the fuel for its warfighting capabilities.
Israel has allowed in aid from Egypt, food, medical supplies, and water, but not fuel.
Markets are lower. The Dow down 130 points. S&P 500 dropping 29 points, and the Nasdaq's 158 points lower. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
I'm Tom Kaminsky from the Brown Payne Garrison Scott Traffic Center. This update brought to you by Touch Points. In Wethersfield, northbound side of the Wilbur Cross Parkway, road work there for about 2 miles, beginning around exit 68W, and then in East Hartford, road work for a long stretch again this morning on the westbound side of Route 84, anywhere between exit 58 and exit 26. The left lane is going to be closed. That's going to be the case until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's a look at your WTIC traffic. I'm Tom Kaminsky.
Traffic is brought to you by Eye Care Health Network and Touch Points Rehab.
Eye Care skilled nursing care centers are more than your typical nursing home. Eye Care Health Network and Touch Points Rehab Centers. With 11 locations in Greater Hartford, there's an Eye Care Care Center conveniently located near you. Visit eyecarehn.com to learn more.
Local weather. WTIC's Bob Cox.
Southwesterly flow of air is going to persist for the next few days, keeping temperatures well above average. And we'll see a good deal of sunshine today, mixing with a few clouds at times, but it's mostly sunny overall. Highs getting into the 70s. Partly cloudy conditions tonight, lows in the 50s. And mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs between 75 and 80. The record high tomorrow is 83. Probably fall a little short of that, but partly cloudy and pretty mild Friday night, lows between 55 and 60. That's close to where the average high is this time of year. And Saturday will be mostly sunny and warm, 75 to 80 degree highs. The record is 81. It does turn cooler Sunday with clouds and the chance for a few showers, highs upper 50s and low 60s. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
The Manchester Road Race is back for the 87th running on Thanksgiving morning. This world-class event that attracts Olympians and families alike is one of the greatest sports traditions in Connecticut. You can register now at manchesterroadrace.com. And please keep in mind that net proceeds from Manchester Road Race go to local charities. So if you run or walk but don't register, the charities lose. Please register today at manchesterroadrace.com. That's manchesterroadrace.com. See you on Thanksgiving in Manchester.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Michael Phelps.
You know, I think for me in 2014, when I found myself in that dark place where I didn't want to be alive in those 4 days when I was in my room by myself, I wanted to find a different way. I wanted to find a different answer. I was sick and tired of feeling how I felt. And that's why I started to seek help. And that's when I checked myself into a treatment center.
Now more than ever, drug and alcohol use are on the rise. If you are suffering from an addiction, don't wait. Seek help now. Located in Westboro, Massachusetts, the New England Recovery Center offers inpatient detoxification and residential treatment services. Recovery is possible. Visit newenglandrecoverycenter.org for more information or call 877-MY-REHAB. Most insurance plans accepted and transportation is available. Please call 877-697-3422. Call 877-MY-REHAB today.
Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening mental health conversation on Sunday, September 25th at 10 a.m.
Are you looking for
better heating savings and service for your home? Go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil or propane. Want to save more on heating costs? Go with Petro for a great deal on new energy-efficient heating systems with $0 down and low monthly payments. For these special offers, live 24/7 service, and everything you need to stay warm and save, you can never go wrong when you go with Petro. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO-02 today. That's 1-888-PETRO-02. Propane not available in all areas.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotics assessment in Walmart today, now in the foot care aisle.
I'm Fox 61 anchor Brent Hart, and here's what being Connecticut's news station means for you. We are committed to telling stories that impact communities across Connecticut, with coverage that is straightforward, objective, and deserving of your trust. Plus, Chief Meteorologist Rachel Frank with weather alerts to help you plan, prepare, and protect your family.
I want to show you the areas that are of greatest concern.
That's Fox 61, Connecticut's news station.
Have you tried everything you can think of to find relief from foot pain? The Good Feet store has helped countless people who didn't find any relief from expensive shoes, cushions, or even shots. You can find the nearest Good Feet store to you at goodfeet.com.
You're listening to Reese on the Radio, filling in today for Tom Shattuck on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Everybody like 51 or 2.
Okay. All right, we're back. I'm going back and forth with our soon-to-be guest. We're texting each other. Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, who'll be on in about a little less than a half an hour. We'll talk to him about details on the ground. He's actually still gathering up some information, talking to the DOD. Of course, the individual is a reservist. And if you're noticing, I'm not giving his name, although it is important that people be on the lookout for the individual, and Morgan Cunningham has been giving us the details at the bottom and top of the hour during the news break. But I keep hearing this thing about assault rifles, and I can't help but push back on the term, and it's so novice to use that term. And the conversation goes right to the gun. It's assault rifle, assault weapons, assault. And my question to that always is, if I stab you with a spoon, does it become an assault spoon? So the police officer who is trying to apprehend the perpetrator in a car, if the car is used to try to run over the police officer, does it become an assault Subaru? Come on. Okay? We understand the objective of guns. It's not like there are two different means for the gun to be used. You can't use the gun as a doorstop. Okay? You do understand that. I can't. It makes me laugh because, again, it's just one of those things that people just say. They just they repeat it. Just so many things in our lives that people just repeat for the sake of repeating because it's become commonplace to say that. Still trying to understand Braille at the ATM. Still trying at the drive-through ATM. Still trying to understand. On the driver's side of all places. Still trying to get it. But again, you get my point. It's like some things are just beyond silly. Just beyond silly. And that in and of itself is just where I can't, it's very difficult to have a conversation with someone who keeps using that term. So you make it about whatever you want. Anyway, like I said, we'll talk about it some more. I want to get back to what I was talking about with this school issue. Also, which of course made the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour news with Morgan Cunningham. And I miss you, Morgan. Send an email. Actually, I'm going to send you an email and say, hey, I haven't talked to you in a while. this story is insane because the fact that we know that there are so many students that are dropping out, that we have so many students who are at risk of being unemployed, underemployed, whatever the case may be. You know, the story, the headline says 12,000 young people have dropped out of high school. And then the story goes on to say that there are 119,000 in total. But anyway, let's just get to the point. Connecticut employers have 90,000 open jobs. And at the same time, the state has 12,000 young adults who have dropped out of high school and are unemployed, or in many cases, underemployed. Speakers said at the roundtable talk on Tuesday evening on disconnected youth. And the numbers keep growing. Tens of thousands of more Connecticut teens are at risk of dropping out and failing into some pattern, the Boston Consulting Group warned in a new study. Quote, "We have a crisis in Connecticut impacting every town and every city, but it's largely unseen." This according to Andrew Ferguson, a senior executive with the Dalio Education, said at the discussion hosted by the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. In all, the report says 119,000 Connecticut youths ages 16 to 24 are either disconnected or at risk. To illustrate how big that problem is, Ferguson asked the audience to picture all of those people. He says, quote, "Imagine walking into Yankee Stadium and fill it twice, and then fill almost all of Fenway Park, he means. That's 119,000. It's 1 in 5 of Connecticut people in that age group," Ferguson said. "We say at risk or disconnected. We're trying to be clear as we can about the context that they're growing up in. They're not on track to graduate. They're chronically absent, or they struggle with behaviors, suspensions, and expulsions." Okay, what's that coming from? If they're struggling with their behaviors, if they're struggling with suspensions, deal with that. Are those people who are being suspended or dealing with expulsions, how crucial are those actions being committed by, or allegedly being committed by, these students? What's that about? And at what rate? And this was the one that bothers me the most about this article. And it's not the person who wrote the article, it's just a quote that's in there. This according to, and I had his name earlier, this is Martha Stone. This is the founder of the Center for Children's Advocacy, an organization that represents at-risk children in the state. She says, quote, "Chronic absenteeism and truancy have been here for the last 10 years, and they're getting worse. The kids have lost hope," end quote. And again, no follow-up as to why. Part of what's causing widespread disconnection is family trauma and poverty, the speaker said. There's poverty, concentration of poverty, and racism. The kids we're seeing are subject to all of these and those, Stone said. What does that have to do with why they're not educated or unemployable? What's that got to do with it? Why aren't they learning in the classroom? I thought you were doing all of this work. I thought they were doing all of this work in school to make sure that the kids understood where the other person was coming from. I thought all the DEI stuff that you were doing, I thought that stuff was working. The CRT stuff that you were doing behind the scenes that no one knew, I thought all that was working. I thought the kids were absolutely responsive to that this was important for them to learn. But the kids are dropping out and the kids have lost hope. And we can't blame the pandemic because, again, this study says that this is what they've been experiencing for the last 10 years. No other group has been in charge except for the teachers union and the school board. No one else has been responsible. Again, why are you failing? And why are you opposed to school choice? That's another one. I know that people are sitting up there screaming. It's like, well, what about school choice? Yes, that's another good point. Why not school choice? Why is this state fighting it? Why can't we treat the education system like we would any business? Fire those who do not have a great graduation record or a promotion record. 16% of your classroom is graduating. You've got to get fired. I mean, you think about this. In an education system where a kid gets graded based upon their work performance, A, B, C's, D's, and F's, we don't have a system for the administrators or the teachers that grades them as well to where they fail out of school. Isn't that interesting? The kid, if he's not learning in school, you hold him back until he learns. There's a punishment for that. And he needs teachers who have a horrible record of graduating their children or teaching their children no consequences, protected to the hilt for poor performance. They want to teach children accountability for whatever their actions are, social or educational, but yet, ironically, not for them. They have a union who works alongside politicians who protect them at all costs. The unholy alliance of teachers' unions and politicians here. Because, of course, there is nothing more than the slush fund of ensuring that those unions get as much money as they can from their teachers' union. Well, then that money will go right back into the hands of politicians. No one's held accountable. People are protected. You never lose your job. I tell this story often about when I went to Zuccotti Park in 2011 when I was talking about the teachers' union and why I've always had a problem with them since I was a kid. And I asked, there was a bunch of inner city kids there, of course, idealistic, thinking that the Occupy Wall Street movement was going to be the movement that was going to change their lives. And I asked everyone, and they said, kids need more education. I started talking about the teachers' union. And it was like, oh, now you're attacking teachers? I took an opportunity and said, okay, which one of you kids has ever heard a teacher or someone who knows a teacher who said it doesn't matter whether or not you pass or fail, I still get a paycheck? To watch those ridiculous, idealistic kids who probably went to great schools see a bunch of inner city kids all raise their hand. Remember, I'm in enemy territory. They don't like me. I'm a capitalist. They don't like me. I'm a conservative. Every one of those kids from the inner city agreed with every one of those privileged little kids running that march. Immediately when I said that, every one of those kids from the inner city, we're talking, it was at least 40 kids raised their hands. And I looked around and I said, look at them. Look at all of them. They have no choice but to recognize the truth. If you're worried about the education system, here are a bunch of kids who are telling you that it has everything to do with the administration. Everything to do with them. They are failing those kids because there are no consequences if they do. Pats on the backs are attaboys. I love it when I hear these stories about the teacher of the years and all that other stuff. It's great they get to pat themselves on the back, but it's never, I never hear conversations in these teachers' union about the failing teachers, or even about removing them, or even the self-governance of getting rid of teachers. Every time I turn around and there's a conversation about a teacher's strike coming in, and you folks go anywhere, look up any story about a teachers' union strike, and you'll hear the conversation over and over again. And I look for it. I go, wait a minute, where's the conversation about what's happening with the kids? No, the demands are always higher pay, more pension. And the first thing I look up is like, well, what's the graduation rate of this district? How are these kids doing? What's the math and reading proficiency of this school district? And it's always abysmal. Chicago, remember that strike that was just, a year or two ago under Lori Lightfoot? It's Chicago, folks. Chicago. You know that reading and math proficiency is garbage there. Garbage. But that teachers union has absolutely no problem with getting on camera in front of news organizations clearly stating their demands. We educate your children, they say. Really? Really? And then the next week, there's a report on how bad the kids are doing while a strike is going on. And no one says a word. No debate. No one is even saying, hey, you know what? Maybe we need to think this. Hey, look, talk about the gun laws all you want. Talk about this law and that law. Never a conversation about the teachers union. Never once. Other than it's on our side, never once has been a conversation. No one even bothers to talk about it, which baffles me. Baffles me. But here's a news report, another one and another one, over and over again. I know we have to take a break. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More news, more views. And when we do, at the top of the hour, we will talk to our guest who's calling in, and that is Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire. And he'll be telling us what he's been able to gather on the ground in Maine after this tragedy. It's Reese on the Radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
Brian Shackman here for Gunner Roofing. Home repairs, be it roofing.
You have like 2 minutes left.
Often come with uncertainty and delays. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But Gunner, the uncontractor, operates on 4 key values: unmatched speed, communication, innovation, and craftsmanship. Speed is actually there.
I signed out of my email, but you have Justin and Wallingford just called in on.
I'm sorry, who's on?
Communication.
Justin and Wallingford.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll put him on my list. Okay, thank you.
Transparent schedule and a dedicated project manager from day one. These innovative methods ensure a seamless process throughout, and every task, whether it's roofing, siding, or windows, showcases their impeccable craftsmanship. Experience the Gunner difference for yourself. For efficient, transparent, and expert home care, all you have to do is visit gunnerroofing.com. Again, that's gunnerroofing.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, and the total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at Babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now, try Babbel for free by texting WORLD to 64,000. Text WORLD to 64,000. That's WORLD to 64,000.
You're listening to Reese on the Radio, filling in today for Tom Shattuck on WTIC News Talk 1080.
And we're back. Hey, I just want to read this real quick before we go to Justin and Wallingford. This is, again, I was talking to you earlier about people who, again, when they have a debate with me or they see something that I post and they respond to it, you'd be stunned at the amount of bigotry that is said. This was actually, I just got this on Instagram, the comment that I made about the turmoil happening in Israel. This came from what I only assume based on her name, a Muslim woman. She writes, half knowledge with loud voice, tone seems to look profound. Pity the ignorance here. Is this why there's a stereotype about less intelligent black people in America? Yeah, I told you. It's insane. 860-522 WTIC. Let's go to Justin in Wallingford. Thank you very much, Justin. What do you got?
Hey, Reese. I think one of the diagnostic tools for this educational issue is POSIWID, which is the purpose of the system is what it does. And so when you look at systems like the school system and you have a high dropout rate, that's what it's designed to do.
Right.
And it's not designed to graduate children. It's not designed to create, you say, okay, look at the number of empty jobs, underemployed, all that. Well, obviously the system is designed to produce these results because
Right.
that's what you're getting. It's not in error. Even if it's a design flaw, it's part of the design.
Right. And you think, do you believe that in essence what it needs is, it needs these children to fail because, again, if they fail, they're underemployed, if not, or unemployed, they're more compliant and, of course, more, I guess, just more resolved to seek government assistance, in essence, live under the government's thumb.
Yes, that's part of it, but the reality is it comes out of an even more deeper sociopathic belief that they are useless eaters. The Yuval Noah Harari types, the World Economic Forum luminary.
Yeah.
Who, it's very, H.G. Wells, the Morlocks and the Eloi.
Yes.
There's, and they're basically almost, if you want to call it a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
They're trying to create that system on purpose. They think it's a good thing.
You will have nothing and be happy.
Well, if you will own nothing
That's
and
right.
be happy.
Yeah.
And you can see that from like the offshoring of jobs to the changing to the gig economy to whatever we're in now, sort of a permanent depression economy.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go, Justin. It's the top of the hour, but thank you so much for the call, man. I'm glad I took it. We'll be back, and we'll talk to you more and everybody else on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
All right, man. Have a good day, bro.
Thank you, man. You too.
Brian and Company in the morning. Local talk all day. News around the clock. And the New England Patriots. WTIC, WTIC FM HD2, Hartford. And Odyssey Station.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's 12 noon, and we have 71 degrees in Hartford. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. We start with tragedy in Maine.
Our small state of just 1.3 million people has long been known as one of the safest states in the nation. This attack strikes at the very heart of who we are and the values we hold dear for this precious place we call home.
Governor Janet Mills on the 18 killed and 13 injured Wednesday evening in two related mass shootings in Lewiston, north of Portland. Maine State Police Colonel William Ross says the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, is still at large.
Lewiston Police Department, federal, state, county, and other local municipalities are involved in a coordinated search at this moment for this individual.
Meanwhile, questions are popping up concerning reports about the suspected shooter's mental health challenges and past threats to carry out mass shootings. Maine's Public Safety Commissioner Mike Sawchuk.
The statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex. I know that we will be reviewing that information as we move forward, but that's not an answer that we're prepared to give today, because that leads to motive. You're talking about behavioral health issues and how that impacts this situation.
Residents in Lewiston and surrounding areas are told to shelter in place for the time being. Local, state, and federal flags are ordered to fly at half-staff until sunset next Monday. Connecticut State Police say that they'll make troopers available to assist in Maine upon request. If you see an increased police presence at schools in Southington, it's because of an unsubstantiated threat made against the town's high school this morning. The threat is not credible, according to Southington Police, who investigated it with help from school, state, and federal officials. The origin of the threat has not been determined. A phone call was made to the high school from an out-of-state phone number threatening gun violence at the school. The credit rating Fitch Ratings gives the University of Connecticut is improving. Fitch cites success and impact of recent budgetary reforms and the state's commitment to higher education for their increase to UConn's general obligation bonds, part of the UConn 2000 program. The current rating goes from A+ to AA+. It's a move state leaders are celebrating. Among those who are pleased, Treasurer Eric Russell, who says the increase allows the state to continue to make investments into UConn while saving money for taxpayers. Consumers aren't letting high inflation and rising interest rates stop their spending plans. Business reporter Jason Brooks takes a look.
Third quarter GDP surged higher by 4.9%, stronger than expected, and powered by a 4% gain in consumer spending, a big increase from the second quarter. That came despite soaring gas prices in the quarter, which fueled a stronger overall inflation gain. Although the core rate for the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index showed a big slowdown from the prior quarter, and that's a key signal for the Federal Reserve. Americans dipped into their savings in order to maintain their spending, with the savings rate dropping from over 5% to below 4%.
Going out this weekend or maybe next Tuesday night for Halloween? Well, it comes with risks, especially when kids are walking on public roads. AAA says children are twice as likely to be struck and killed by a car on Halloween than any other day of the year. So AAA Greater Hartford spokeswoman Tracy Noble says parents really have to keep watch over their children.
And ensure that they are not darting out in streets in between parked cars, that everybody is crossing at a corner or a crosswalk. And I know it's exciting to kind of run with groups from one side of the street to the other, but we need to remember there's also cars on the road and they can be very dangerous.
If you can, pick brightly colored costumes. Use flashlights too when walking around. Drivers, the Motor Club reminds you to slow down on the weekend and also on Tuesday night.
I'm Jim Feldman from the WTIC Brown Paint Harrison Scott Traffic Center. This report is sponsored by Associated Press Barter. Watch for road work on I-84 on the eastbound side today. You'll find it roving anywhere between exit 26 and exit 58. 1 mile will be blocked for that long roving construction project, so anticipate delays there. 91 has construction too on the southbound side after exit 46, then south of exit 19. Wilbur Cross, road work in both directions, southbound after exit 66, northbound after exit 68. Also on the westbound side of 691, you'll find right lane construction roving between exit 5 and exit 3. And in Wethersfield on the northbound side of Route 3 in the area of the Putnam Bridge, you'll find construction as well. That's a look at your WTIC traffic. I'm Jim Feldman.
WTIC weather.
Temperatures out there in the 70s this afternoon, and a number of spots probably well into the 70s with a mostly sunny sky that's way above the average high of 60 for the day. Partly cloudy tonight, maybe a bit of patchy fog late, lows in the 50s. Mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs reaching 75 to 80. Partly cloudy Friday night, low temperatures between 55 and 60, and mostly sunny and warm Saturday with highs back up between 75 and 80. The latest date we've ever recorded 80 degrees in the Hartford area is November 2nd, so if we touch 80 on any of these days, it's quite a feat. It will be cooler by Sunday with a chance for a few showers and highs near 60. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
The Dow is losing 137 points, S&P 500 38 points lower, and the NASDAQ down 188. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
Brian Jackman here for Brian & Company and WTIC News Talk 1080. Friday's massive. Just a massive show. I don't even know where to start. Senator Richard Blumenthal will join us. We're going to have a professional wrestler on the show, David Lightman, dealing with all the professional wrestling going on in D.C. I mean, just a massive amount of news flow to talk about with him. And Mike Kavanaugh.
Check.
The University of Connecticut.
Holla, Poppy, Collar.
Awesome guy. Great program. They're going to win an
What's up, dog?
Pretty good, sir.
All of that, plus your news, weather.
You say you want to check your stuff?
Yeah.
I can log in on my phone. I can't log in on they're having issues with the logins, so.
Oh, okay. All right, so, crap, we have to find, I guess, you know what, do you want to just send me a text then?
While others I just pulled the chat line up on my phone, so I just can't do anything else. So
right. No, that's fine.
Rental has all the right.
All right, hold on. Here's my
for your fall yard and home improvement project.
Let me
We have
get to
thatchers,
this
aerators,
one.
and seeders, as well as power washers, leaf blowers, chippers, even truck and trailers. You can trust Superior to supply your larger projects with the heavy equipment you need, from excavators, lifts, compressors, and light towers to a vast selection.
Little up a little bit.
Okay.
For your next project, visit one of our 5 Connecticut locations or our full online catalog at superiorrental.com. Rent tough,
Hey, that's good right there.
Perfect, thanks.
Interested in saving money on heating your home this
And you got Steve Robinson on the hotline. hotline.
Gotcha.
Art,
Perfect.
Spas, and leisure. Did you know that there's a federal tax credit allowing you to save 30%?
You guys call it the hotline. I call it the warm line. We always call it a Hot 97. We call it the warm line. I don't know what.
Warm line?
Yeah, we call it the warm line. I guess because the hotline number, it's like what you sort of preach on the air. So we always refer to it as the warm line so that we knew that,
superior products.
the distinction was clear, so to speak.
Yeah.
I'm Joe with Simple Sales CT, and I
Got 1 minute.
Okay.
If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 203-896-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and more importantly, anywhere in Connecticut. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind-in-payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying junk houses. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and even foreclosure houses. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at 203-896-4000.
And 10.
203-896-4000. 203-896-4000. That's 203-896-4000.
It is your girl, Cammie. And I want you to know that when I listen to the radio, okay, I listen to Reese on the Radio.
This is Reese on the Radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on WTIC News Talk 1080.
All right, we're back. Reese on the Radio. And on the line with us now is Steve Robinson, editor-in-chief at the Maine Wire. Steve, you know what I've been saying my entire life? I've been saying editor-and-chief. It's editor-in-chief. I've been saying it since I was a kid. But it's editor-in-chief.
I think it's editor-in-chief. I'm pretty sure, at least.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I've always had, every time I read it, it says editor-in-chief. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, we catch you, unfortunately, on a very, very sad day. Maine, a relatively quiet state, as it were. When I was a kid, I used to sort of make fun. I had a cousin who lived in Maine, and I remember the first time I found out it was called the vacation state. I'm like, what are you kidding me? It's cold up there. And it was, in my view, it was always pretty quiet, and I wanted to say sort of like idealistically sort of euphoric in a way. And I'm sure this has got to be a lot for the state to take, even though it only happened in Lewiston. What's been your reporting on the ground, or what have you been able to surmise so far?
Well, there's no question that this is a very dark day for the state of Maine. What we've been able to determine so far is, first, the suspect is still at large,
right,
and the commissioner of public safety at a press conference about a half an hour ago wasn't really interested in talking about potential motives or aspects of the investigation because it's still very much active and ongoing.
Right.
I can tell you it's statewide. We've had police helicopters in almost every county in the state looking for checking out potential leads. Hundreds of law enforcement officers across the state, in addition to dealing with the normal workflow that a local has to deal with,
right,
the sheriff has to deal with. They're coordinating a massive manhunt, unquestionably the biggest manhunt in the history of the state at the moment, to try and find Robert R. Card II, who has been charged with 8 counts of murder, although there are 18 confirmed fatalities as a result of the shooting that occurred last night. 10 of the bodies have yet to be identified.
Oh, goodness gracious!
I know that many of the victims were minors.
Yes,
because there was a teen bowling event happening at the bowling alley, and there's a lot of parents wondering what's going on last night and getting bad news.
Yeah. The interesting, part about this is that, again, we see this is another case where, we hear the term soft target, and, I don't want to make anything of that, but you know what the usual, statements that come after that and the usual arguments that come after that. This is a place at an event, and people have, they hold these events everywhere, like, the teenage dance, or, the, what do you call it? A homecoming. In fact, my son just went to a homecoming dance. And these incidents that happen in school, thank God, at least in my stepson's case, there's always a police presence at these events, because of course they're anticipating somebody doing something silly, and putting someone's life in danger. But you wouldn't expect that at a bowling alley. I remember the first time in my neighborhood in Manhattan when I saw police presence at a movie theater, and that was far before the Aurora movie theater shooting. So it's like,
yeah, you wouldn't expect something like this in Maine.
Yeah, exactly, in a bowling alley.
And I think it's in addition to another case of soft targets, which I believe these were gun-free zones because the establishments served alcohol, and you're not allowed to carry firearms in an establishment that serves alcohol. This also fits a pattern that we've seen with other atrocities like this, where this guy was known to law enforcement. This guy had an encounter with law enforcement earlier this year that led to him being committed to a psych ward for 2 weeks.
Right.
And through that process, he conveyed that he was hearing voices in his head that were telling him to go shoot up an Army Reserve facility in southern Maine. I talked with a police officer who had information about that case, and he said that the cops who were involved were jumping up and down and screaming about what a violent threat and a menace to society this guy was going to be. He was discharged from the facility anyways. That's the second example I know of this year where an individual has been in police custody and vocalized his desire to go on a shooting spree and subsequently been released.
And do you think, the police officers in question, I guess in this case, who, were involved with this individual, who were, as you claim, screaming to the rafters that this gentleman was probably going to be dangerous or a menace in some way. No one heeded their words. What does a police officer do under those circumstances? And I don't know if Maine has a particular response to that. If the police officer is saying, look, they can't sit around and watch the guy with everything he does. What's their recourse in a situation like this, if any?
Well, Maine, like a lot of places, has tremendous tension right now between district attorneys and local police sheriffs, because the sheriffs and the local police want to arrest the bad guys, they want to enforce the laws, but the DAs increasingly don't want to prosecute for all manner of crimes, because they're the Soros funded. They don't want they believe in restorative justice, which basically means not prosecuting most crimes. But I think that the response from law enforcement is what you saw yesterday, where before this individual was even charged, he was only a person of interest. The Maine State Police's intelligence unit released that information about him being committed to a psych ward. And just reading between the lines, I think what they're doing is saying, this is on the system that refuses to let us take bad guys off the streets,
right,
in the name of left-wing policies,
basically. But even if that's the case, I'm sorry to cut you off. By the way, we're on the line with Steve Robinson, editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, who's on the ground there. To the point you just made, this individual doesn't fit the criteria of the Soros backing prosecutors. Mainstay is to go, to have restorative justice. Usually that's labeled toward, black and brown or indigenous people. That's not, this individual is a white male.
Yeah, or primarily youth as well.
Yes.
This guy's 40 years old.
Exactly.
I think that the policies apply across the board.
Right.
And the movement is totally towards not incarcerating people, decreasing incarceration rates, and a consequence of that is that people like this individual are going to slip through the cracks, and they're going to be on the streets. And the climate that we live in today with geopolitics and everything going on, if somebody's already a little bit unstable and they're thinking about about to have a mental break, there's nothing in the world right now that's going to calm them down.
Yeah, so you're trying to look up what was I guess you're working diligently to find out the facility that he's alleged to have been in for 2 weeks. We don't want to mention the name. We haven't confirmed which facility it is. You have some ideas of which one it might be, considering the proximity of where this all took place and where the individual lives. And you're still trying to lock that down. So I don't want anybody, I don't want to put the name of that place out there, and then people are constantly calling, because people will start screaming and hollering at those folks saying, what did you do? It's like, you don't want to do that. I don't want to set that tone.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
I mean, we've got a pretty good guess about the facility that he went to. It's probably going to take some time for us to pin that down, because law enforcement agencies right now in Maine are swamped, and I think dealing with public records requests is going to be a very, very low priority for them. But the information will eventually come out. The other piece of information that we're trying to track down is, how was this individual able to get a firearm? There's I think that he has a criminal record that would have prevented him from possessing a firearm.
Is this based on is this on a DUI?
Yes.
Okay.
So he would not be allowed to purchase a firearm, but there are ways in Maine where you can purchase a firearm even if you are a prohibited person.
Mm-hmm.
So somewhere out there is quite likely somebody who sold this man his firearm,
mm-hmm.
and are now reckoning with the consequences of that.
Of course.
Some other things that we've been seeing, especially last night when everything was breaking, is just a wild amount of disinformation.
Yes, I saw that.
There was a Twitter account created literally last night responding to every tweet about this event, implying that there were 3 attackers dressed like Palestinians saying Allahu Akbar. Not true at all.
Right.
To my understanding, there was only one shooting, but because there were 2 locations where that were targeted, initial reports made it seem like there were multiple shooters. But to my knowledge, only one shooter. The police are acting as if this is I guess a lone wolf
mm-hmm.
situation.
Right. And in fact, I read in the UK Daily Mail this morning, it was one of the first articles I looked at, there was some confusion about this location at the bowling alley, and as well a local Walmart that was associated with this. Is that the same thing you're talking about?
And the police did respond to that local Walmart, but quickly determined that it was not a site where this individual had visited.
Okay. All right. Well, the part that, again, which, how the politics get into all of this. Have you had any conversations with just, regular, Joan Q public in the area? Have you done any of that reporting, or has it been solely based upon like the information related to that? Or is it anyone you've talked to, I guess, in Maine, you get a sense of what people are feeling, if, even if it's a small subset?
Well, I think that you saw both in Maine and at the national level, before the bodies were even cold, it became a debate about gun control.
Of course.
Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, tweeted something out very early on, blasting Republicans for not allowing gun control in Maine.
Mm-hmm.
Gavin Newsom was spreading disinformation because in Maine, Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the governor's office, and it was Democrats who killed gun control in Maine.
Right.
So, it was wildly dishonest for him to tweet something like that, and also just totally inappropriate. But the former mayor of Portland, a committed socialist, Ethan Strimling, likewise tweeted about, gun control, and you've seen more of it throughout the day. So there's no question that you're going to see the far left in this state
mm-hmm.
to capitalize on this event in order to advocate for gun control.
Right.
And the question will always be, well, which gun control are you going to advocate for that stops this from happening?
Right. And it's, that's one of the debates that I was having today. And again, I started the show, and I've been on since 9 a.m. And the first thing I said was like, look, I need to stay away from the whole politics of this because everyone wants to go in that direction, because as you just mentioned, with Gavin Newsom and everyone else for that matter, it's politicizing it immediately, of course, to use it as some sort of political talking point. People who are watching this story, who are not even in Maine, who follow these individuals, are making their or basing their opinions upon what they're reading or the people which they're following, and losing focus on the most important thing here, and that is banding together in solidarity to, one, pray for those who are lost, pray for those who are injured, and of course, wish for the safety of those who are there. If I may, I want to play this. This is the Lewiston City Council member. His name is Robert McCarthy. And he said something that was echoed on CNN that I'm glad CNN did not, push back on. This is him talking about what he did, or what many did after the events of that day.
I do want to take a second and our hearts and our prayers go out to everybody involved, and we're thinking of you and the city to do whatever it takes to help anyone involved. And also, I wanted to say is that my house is located a half a mile from where this happened, and so it was a real scary event. I live on a dead-end street with woods behind me. We locked all the doors. We grabbed the guns, and we're just waiting to hear that they catch the individual or individuals that did that.
And that was primarily what I meant by my question of what the sentiment is. We have another young lady who filmed a lot of it that ended, airing on CNN, talking about her daughter who was in the bowling alley. They got out safely, but she was, when they finally got home, she was walking around with her daughter in the house holding a gun, and the daughter felt at ease. A young girl felt at ease that her mom was walking around with a gun in the event that someone were to come into the home. That's Maine, right? After something like that, people immediately got into their homes and thought about arming themselves, because they knew that, they clearly just saw that the only protection they had was themselves.
Yeah, I've got a 45 on my hip right now, being honest. I live about 5 minutes away from where the primary manhunt was occurring in the Lisbon area last night. But, I think that the focus now should be supporting law enforcement as they engage in this massive, complex manhunt. I've been listening to scanner traffic all day long to try and gather information and report on what's happening. And the effort that is underway right now amongst various law enforcement agencies is truly something to behold.
Wow. This individual has gone dark, and I'm trying to do this. Maybe you can help me or assist me in this in some way. In fact, I'm going to talk to my wife and what I like to call my husband-in-law, her ex-husband. They're both former military, and I'm concerned, at least for the people of Maine, that this individual, of course, has military training. I know that he was hearing voices and had some mental disabilities here, but I'm wondering whether or not he's resorting to his training from the military, and that's why he's been able to be so undercover or in the dark without anyone having any leads. And I'm wondering if that's any concern of you've heard from anyone from the police department or otherwise.
Yeah, so some information that we've obtained on that. The original memo suggested that he was a firearms instructor.
Yeah.
That was provided by the Maine State Police. They have subsequently updated that memo to say that there was no evidence that he was a firearms instructor.
Okay.
And there's no evidence, they say now, that he has had advanced weapons training.
Okay.
He did enlist in the Army Reserve. The Defense Department confirmed to me in a statement that he enlisted in the Army Reserve. He's a sergeant first class, I think a petroleum specialist.
Okay.
But he never deployed to a combat theater.
Okay. All right, so there's nothing. Okay, so again, you know what many people are thinking about the association, if he may have, PTSD, things of that nature, and people are, immediately, because in my head, the first thing I went to was how much training did he have? Is part of the reason why no one's been able to locate him and he's been pretty much been able to go dark is because of said training. And that what makes the situation even more perilous, what makes it precarious for average individuals. You might remember what was the Boston bombing situation. He was a young kid who they had been scouring the entire neighborhood, and they found him in the back of a boat somewhere. They had gone in places that weren't even remotely close to where he ended up. And I'm wondering if somebody who had military training knew exactly how to be in plain sight without being noticed.
So I think that he obviously had some military training.
Yes.
But I'm seeing things reported like, he's a special ops Rambo type guy. But the Defense Department and the state police are now saying no combat experience. And I'm sure with no deployments, there'll be a question about is PTSD a factor here? But again, this guy was never deployed to Iraq or Afghanistan or any other combat theater.
How long, when did you said he was a reservist. When did he enlist? I mean, not that that's relatively important, but.
In 2022.
Okay, so recently.
Sorry, 2002.
2002. Okay, so all right. So he's been in.
I didn't sleep at all last night.
Okay, not a problem. I remember you telling me, you said that over the text message, and you needed to come on later because you needed to get some sleep, and I totally understand and respect that. So much appreciated. Okay, anything else that you think that our audience should know? I mean, aside from being diligent, of course, we don't know how far this expands, and of course, everyone should be diligent, but anything else that we should know before I let you go?
Well, I mean, I think you can get your information about this from local journalists.
Right.
Our Twitter feed and Facebook it's just at The Main Wire will be updated 24/7 with information about this until the guy's caught, and I'm sure long after. But I would focus on the local journalists from the TV stations and the newspapers, and of course the Main Wire, because I think that they're the ones with the law enforcement and the better information. I mean, everybody was running with CNN's confirmed casualty numbers last night, and they were just inaccurate.
Yeah.
So I think less CNN and Fox and more paying attention to the local journalists. They're going to be the ones who are going to provide you with accurate information.
Yeah, it's funny. Denzel Washington famously said, "Everybody wants to be first, but they're not so interested in being accurate."
Yeah, correct. And I think you're seeing a lot of Maine journalists, and I've told my guys this is we get no value in being first. We just want to be right and accurate. And the other thing, if this individual crosses into New Hampshire and heads further south, the Maine media will probably be the first people that you'll learn that from.
Yeah.
There are basically all day there have been 2 to 3 police helicopters stationed over I-95 monitoring to set up roadblocks and prevent him from escaping. But right now has been no suggestion or confirmation of where he is, and the area that they're searching just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Indeed.
And obviously the longer he's on the lam, the farther he can get.
Thank you, Steve. Steve Robinson, editor-in-chief of the Main Wire. Thank you. Appreciate it for your time, man. I really do. Thank you for giving us all that info.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, sir. All right, folks, we'll go to a break. News is coming up. We'll see if there are any more updates there from Morgan Cunningham. It's Reese On The Radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
And now, a WTIC.
You are clear.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon. 74 degrees in Hartford. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. A man opened fire at a bowling alley and restaurant, killing at least 18 people and injuring at least 13. Authorities continue to search in southern Maine for 40-year-old Robert Card, who is considered armed and dangerous since the mass shootings last night, but state police there have not shared more details about their search. All flags are to fly at half-staff until next Monday at sunset in honor of the lives lost in the tragedy. Connecticut State Police say they're prepared to send troopers to help Maine State Police upon request. Schools remain open in Southington despite an unsubstantiated morning disruption and threat against the town's high school. Police received a call this morning that was a threat, and therefore they increased police presence at the schools in the district today to determine the origin of the threat and to keep schools open and safe. Fitch Ratings increases the University of Connecticut's general obligation bonds from A+ to AA+. The agency cites budgetary reforms and the state's commitment to higher education. Israeli troops and tanks launched an hours-long ground raid into northern Gaza overnight. The military says troops struck several militant targets in the raid today in order to prepare the battlefield ahead of a widely expected ground invasion.
WTIC weather.
Dry and warm weather out there this afternoon. Temperatures in the 70s. Not a whole lot of wind. Partly cloudy tonight with lows in the 50s. And maybe a bit of patchy fog in some areas. Friday looks mostly sunny and warm. Tomorrow's high 75 to 80. The record high is 83, set in 1963. Partly cloudy and mild Friday night. Lows holding between 55 and 60 degrees. It's mostly sunny and warm again Saturday with high 75 to 80. Saturday's record high is 81. That was set way back in 1919. It does turn cooler Sunday. Mostly cloudy, maybe a few showers. Highs in the upper 50s to low 60s. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Markets are lower across the board. The Dow down 170 points, S&P 500 losing 46 points, and the NASDAQ is dipping down quite a bit, 240 points. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
When was the last time you've seen your insurance agent? At a time when the majority of business is done virtually, Bouvier Insurance is here for you. In person. To get a policy review and the service you deserve, visit beinsurance.com.
Want better heating savings and service? Go with Petro. Get $125 free heating oil or propane, plus an offer for a new heating system with $0 down and low monthly payments. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02. Propane not available in all areas.
Brian Shackman here for Connex Connecticut. Connecticut manufacturers, have you joined Connex Connecticut yet? Well, Connex Connecticut is an easy-to-use online platform that connects U.S. manufacturers and suppliers with a single, accurate, and searchable supply chain database. With Connex Connecticut, it's all about making connections and growing your business. In fact, in the last month, one Connecticut manufacturer secured a $100,000 order and another secured a $48,000 order, all thanks to Connex Connecticut. Connect with buyers, primes, OEMs, and other qualified manufacturers who either have what you need or need what you have. And all your data is encrypted, safe, and secure, meeting the latest cybersecurity standards in the industry. Use the Connex platform to fulfill your supply chain needs or as a marketplace to post RFQs. Contact them at connex@constep.org to learn more about how you can participate in this supply chain program. Connex@constep.org. That's CONNEX@CONNSTEP.org.
Are you ready to smell better naked? I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the OBGYN creator of Lumi, the whole body deodorant that's clinically proven to control odor for 72 hours on pits, feet, privates, and beyond. It's pH optimized to safely and effectively control odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. Plus, it's proven to work better than a shower with soap alone. Whether you shower twice a day or 3 times a week, Lumi works better. And did we mention it's aluminum free? With over 200,000 5-star reviews, I'm so sure you're going to love it, or you can return it for free.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 500 and get an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, free product of your choice, and ships free with code 500. LUMEdeodorant.com, code 500 for an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack. Love it or return it for free. That's LUMEdeodorant.com, code 500.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotics Assessment in Walmart today. Now in the foot care aisle.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One.
1 minute.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. All the audio that matters to you.
30 seconds.
On Odyssey. Odyssey has news that hits home in your local area and around the country. Get local news, traffic, and weather from stations near you. Get national news from CNN, Fox News Radio, and more. And explore the biggest news podcasts like The Daily Punch, Pod Save America, and The Daily. AUCY. Find all the news that matters to you in a universe of audio. Odyssey.
This is Reese on the Radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on WTIC News Talk 1080.
All right, folks, we're back. Reese on the Radio. Don't forget, check out ReeseOnTheRadio.com for the Reese on the Radio rundown. Weeknights, you can also catch the show on Odyssey, and Sundays at 1 if the Patriots are not playing. Technically, they haven't been playing when you're on the field either. No, I'm kidding.
James is in Windsor is all you got.
Yeah, and I want to thank Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of the Main Wire, for calling in today and talking to us. Before I get to James on the line, I was talking to my wife during the break and gathering some information. She did say that, this individual has been in, as Steve noted, since 2002. He was a reservist, but in basic training, people are, of course, taught basic skills like concealment, as my wife referred. So they're very basic, but again, with 20 years as a reservist, there's no way to know what skills he did learn while he was enlisted. So that is, that's the touch and go that they have to deal with, which is, again, why this manhunt is important. And you probably need people who understand his particular training and his particular time inside the military, even as a reservist for that matter. So we wish law enforcement all the luck in the world to apprehend this individual. Let's go to the phones. James is on the line. Hello, James. Remember Reese on the Radio on the Tom Shattuck Show. How are you doing, sir? Pretty good, sir.
Hey, I just want to, Shattuck, I just want to congratulate the Shattuck.
Of course.
It was touch and go there for a minute, man, where she was concerned and he was concerned, and I'm glad that the baby is healthy. And I understand the baby was 9 pounds or something.
9 pounds, 13 ounces.
Now, I don't know if you know about playing a lotto or the numbers, but I would play that number because when I was born, I was 10 pounds, 9 ounces.
Okay, actually, we may be brothers from another mother, but you and I were the same exact size when we were born.
Yeah. My mother said I was all chin. But getting back to that shooter, because I just heard it from you guys this morning when I turned the radio on.
Okay.
And I just want to pray for the families now. And then the other day, I had a conversation with a coworker, and she is totally against AR-15.
Right.
And I was saying to her, if you were to take an AR-15 and put it in the corner, all right, I know you would not keep the ammunition loaded, but if you were to put the ammunition on the side and the AR-15 on the side, it would never load itself and start killing people by itself.
Right. Yeah.
So with this kick with gun control, is almost like that's all they got.
Well, do you know how, James, do you know how I always say, I wish they would just be honest and say? That's a common term I use, or saying that I say. I wish they would just be honest and say. Well, here's the answer. Here's the finishing point in that. I wish they would just be honest and say, we want to control people. That's it.
Right. Now, you ever watch the movie Dredd?
What's it called?
It's called Dredd.
Oh, Judge Dredd.
Yeah. Now, well, the one was Stallone.
Right.
Was the first one.
Yes.
And then there's another one called Dredd, where if the gun didn't match the DNA of the person, it wouldn't fire. Somebody else would touch it.
Yeah.
It would become this explosive. So they should have situations where if the gun is not, well, like I said, some even owners can be mass murderers.
Right.
But if the gun is pointed towards something that wasn't authorized, it's supposed to not fire.
Right. I wonder, look, what I would like to understand, and I get the people who are screaming and hollering for gun control, and they have for, who knows, 1999, I think it was that 99? It was 99 for Columbine, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay, so 1999, Columbine, and this argument happens over and over again, and I totally get that. the two things, and again, I hate to do the whole whataboutism or the comparison. This conversation won't happen when it comes to shootings in Hartford. It doesn't happen when the shootings happen in Bridgeport at all. And we're talking about, and we understand that when it happens in those inner cities, we might have 3 wounded and 1 fatally killed, right? In Bridgeport, it might be the same case. One or two fatally killed. We might have 7 who are injured. But the conversation is just shooting happened in Bridgeport, moving on to, traffic and weather, right? There's never a halt in a national conversation about gun control. Never. At all. And we don't see people like Gavin Newsom lives in, he's got 3 major cities that are plagued with gun violence. Never once talks about gun violence or gun control measures when it comes to the stuff that happens in either 3 of those cities in the state that he governs. But in this case, in a state that he's over 3,000 miles away from. Oh, and don't forget, he's also in China. He's chiming in on it.
Right. And then one thing about these states with the defund the police, right? The criminal element had an erection because the criminal element was like, yeah, defund the police so that we can come in your house and rob your ass blind.
That's right.
Because that's what they were saying. And that's what's going on. Like, I work security. Now, it used to be $250 worth of theft in order for them to prosecute. Now it's $999. You have to steal $1,000 to be prosecuted.
Hold on. You can't even get a misdemeanor for less than $900?
Yeah, $999. If you steal $1 over, they can be prosecuted. So, what do you think the criminal element is going to do?
Right.
$500 for stuff every day.
If there's anything I know about crooks, they watch the news too.
And they pass the word to their friends.
Of course. They're like, hey, I was watching the local news. I find out that we can take stuff over $500 now. They're not going to do anything.
Just stay over $500, and you get a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
They had one guy that was arrested 29 times in 6 months.
Damn.
So you know when they did something about it? When he finally killed someone. But 29 times? Hello?
Yeah.
Wake up and smell the doo-doo. Okay, brother.
Thank you, James. I always appreciate it, man. I really, really do. Again, I know some people have this conversation very freely and openly when having to deal with this. I'm struggling, and you got to understand why. And I'm probably telling a little inside baseball here. I'm struggling with this because I'm always concerned about how this affects people in certain areas. I'm trying to be very, very sensitive to people and where they are. Tim notwithstanding, him I can have a conversation with, but I'm always concerned about everyone else because there has to be a tone, right? Everyone's always concerned about the tone, especially as talk radio host or news host or any stuff. There has to be a particular tone, and it can't be over the top. It can't be screaming and hollering and outraged and things. We're talking about less than 24 hours since it happened, and then you have to address these people who don't even care about that. It's like, do you not understand that there's a tone that you have to at least allow people to rationalize what's going on? There are some people who are not coming home, and some of them young. There are some people who are just not coming home, gone forever. There comes a moment where at least you have to be rational within yourself and go, let me tone it down a little bit. Just a little reservation. But I knew it. I felt it when I came in. I said, someone's going to bring up the whole gun control debate. They can't help themselves. It's a knee-jerk reaction to it. They think they're helping and screaming to the rafters about what should be done. But to be honest, we know nothing about the individual. And what we're learning, it's sketchy at best, as Steve Robinson just told us. most of the information that people were getting out in the beginning, and some of the stuff he just mentioned, I had at the ready. All of my information as I'm doing my show prep. Okay, he worked here, or he was there, and he did this, and oh, this story was there. And I kept it, and I said, nope, wait. Just wait. And of course, Steve comes on, and what does he do? He starts immediately ticking off everything that turned out to be misreporting. Because this trying to get all the information, and I've done that before. I mentioned it yesterday, one of the things, and I still regret to this day. You know, it was my first reporting job. It was my first foray in talk radio. My inaugural day on radio is September 11th, 2001. Imagine that. Green, no training, being told to report on what it is I just witnessed. And I went on the air and I made the fatal faux pas of speculating what was going to happen to those towers. And I was 190% wrong. And I watched that tape. I listened to that tape afterwards because we taped all the shows. And I remember listening to that tape months later and the embarrassment that I just felt in my heart that I went on the air and I said that to people. It just killed me. It still does. I can never take it back. It's one of those things, but as I always say, you have to find a silver lining in that, right? You have to be reflective. And then I immediately started to look at myself and understand. And every time afterwards, I say, take a beat. Take one moment. Everything you believe today will be turned on its head. And if it's speculation, say that it is. If it's opinion, say that it's opinion. Start saying, in my opinion, or I believe. Just make sure you make that clear. When you start going on, just like the conversation I had earlier with one of the individuals calling and said that he heard me say something wrong. And I made sure I cleared it up because I have to be thoughtful in what I say, especially in situations like this. People's lives have been affected. And people immediately start shooting from the hip and they want to make all of these commentaries like, oh, they're all knowing and all seeing, and I'm just looking at it just going, how do you know? How do you possibly know that your point of view is the right one? You haven't even assessed all of the information here. And look, I will say this mental health facility that this individual was in, it has to be understood. Not like, I know some people are saying, well, what difference does it make now? Really? That facility, no matter what it is, still exists. And whatever policy that is in place there that allowed this to happen is a policy that's still going on. I'm sure they're reflecting now, but who else did they let go home? Not to suggest that every person that was allowed to leave there is a threat, but all things considered, shouldn't we consider that? I think we should. I said this when I was talking about DCF. I said sometimes there's some hard truths, and people are so concerned about who's going to get offended or whether or not you're casting aspersions. This isn't about casting aspersions. Someone died. Several individuals died. And it may have been preventable. In this case, it at least appears that. It appears that this could have been prevented. From what we heard from Steve Robinson, there were police officers who were making it clear this guy is trouble for the public at large. And that was ignored. We have to find out why. We have to at least find out why. That's the part that I don't get, why people they would sooner jump the gun, pardon the pun, but they would sooner jump on the idea that we need to take everybody's guns, but not be reflective of what led us to this individual. Like, again, just blanket. The blanket response. All guns are bad. In anybody's hands, they are bad. This individual represents every human being. What happened in Maine now has to be reflected in every state in the union. Everybody pause. Everybody stop doing what you're doing. We have to make sure that nobody has a gun. Instead of dealing with this, as I said in the beginning of this show, which always seems to come back to it, to the exact point I made at the earlier part of the show, never dealing with this on an individual basis. What is so wrong with that? This is an individual situation that involved individual lives. Paying attention or moving the point of view to anyone and everyone else instead of the people who are affected and the people who are responsible. By taking your eye off that ball, we always end up right back where we are. So if you're asking yourself, well, Reese, why does this problem keep happening? Why does it keep persisting? That's the reason why. Because all of these cases are case by case. You can't look. The only thing that's similar here between this and any other case is the act. And if you're not paying attention to what led to the act, how do we get anywhere? And I don't understand why people don't want to look at that. And that's what I meant by when I said a novice approach. Because it's an unwillingness to actually investigate the things that are the harsh truths, the scary truths, the uncomfortable truths. Everybody's got to be, correct or politically correct or whatever the new sort of woke, whatever it is today that people are paying attention to, whatever it is. Take an opportunity, take one moment, especially those who are screaming gun control. Scream it tomorrow. Today. People say it's like, we're sick and tired of your thoughts and prayers. You can be sick of it all you want. But step outside of your own personal, self-involvement and just take a moment to just pray. If it's not to God, to a higher power, to your toaster. Take a moment. Just have the common decency to say, we grieve for the family. Do you grieve for them? Do you grieve for any of them? Or is it just another opportunity to score political points? Is it just another opportunity to scream and holler? I gotta take a break. I'm sorry. This thing, it's personal to me, and I say this, it's personal to me because, again, it's just another tragedy that I just don't see anybody really, really considering. Like, they have no consideration for it. I know many of you do, and I don't say that as a blanket statement, but you know who you are in all of this. If you just can't take a minute, just take a breath. It's not even 24 hours. And I don't want to castigate anybody, but please, just try. Just for them. They need it the most. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More news, more views. It's Reese on the Radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
Tom Shattuck here. If you scored a 98 on an exam...
You are clear.
Thank you, sir.
So when Awaken 180 gets that rating from over 20,000 clients, well, that's beyond impressive. If we're talking grades, they're valedictorian status. What other weight loss company, or any company for that matter, has clients so happy with their results? Me, my wife, Matt Sorois, and many other Awaken 180 clients who I know personally can vouch for that. Why such a stellar rating? Because Awaken 180 isn't about tales and tall promises. They're the real deal. The proof? Rapid weight loss with lifelong free support. And all of it without medications. Shedding those pounds can feel like discovering a fountain of youth. Believe me. A few months with Awaken 180 and you might just feel decades younger. I know I do. So if you're curious about what slimming down could do for you, there's one place to start. Visit awaken180weightloss.com or ring them up at 844-346-1800. Once again, that's 844-346-1800 or awaken180weightloss.com.
Get a head start to your day with WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen to us live on the Odyssey app before you even hit the road. Get the breakdown on the biggest news stories that Connecticut is talking about. To get started, download the Odyssey app and search for WTIC News Talk 1080.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637.
You're good to the top if you got to move around or do something.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, sir.
800-637-9116.
You have to fit these commercials in.
On example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Texting privacy.
I figured as much.
Posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, top, top.
Binges, blackouts, regret, shame, trying and failing to drink less or quit. Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of OrHealth. I know how scary drinking too much can be because I struggled with alcohol misuse for most of my adult life. But I also know that it is possible to drink less or quit. And medication can help. Naltrexone is a safe, effective medication that makes it easier to cut back or quit drinking, so you don't have to rely on willpower alone. I started OrHealth to make access to Naltrexone convenient and private, to help people like me regain control over alcohol.
If you're ready to stop drinking or just drink less, text LESS to 323232 to get a secure link to OrHealth's private online assessment. Our licensed medical professionals will evaluate your assessment, and if medication is right for you, prescribe it online. We'll deliver your prescription right to your door. No doctor's office visits required. Text the word LESS to 323232 to get started today. That's LESS to 323232.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting WORLD to 64,000. Text WORLD to 64,000. That's WORLD to 64,000.
This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning. Local talk all day. News around the clock and the New England Patriots. WTIC, WTIC FM HD2, Hartford, and Odyssey Station.
1 o'clock, Hartford temperature 76 degrees. I'm Greg, Little WTIC 1080 News. Authorities now say 18 people were killed in a shooting at a bowling alley and a restaurant in Lewiston, Maine. This is Maine Governor Janet Mills.
I'm profoundly saddened to stand before you today to report that 18 people lost their lives and 13 people injured in last night's attacks.
An intense manhunt is underway for a 40-year-old man who is suspected in the shootings. Robert Card is said to be a firearms expert and is in the Army Reserves. President Biden is reacting to the shooting. Here's CBS News correspondent Linda Kenyon.
The president says once again the nation is mourning over what he calls yet another senseless and tragic mass shooting. In a statement, Mr. Biden says he's praying for those who lost their lives, for those still in critical care, and for communities enduring shock and grief. President Biden says he's directed his administration to provide everything needed to support the people of Maine every step of the way. He also urged Republicans in Congress to take action by passing gun reforms, including a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Some good financial news for the University of Connecticut. WTIC's Morgan Cunningham reports.
The credit rating Fitch Ratings gives the University of Connecticut is improving. The current rating goes from A+ to AA-. Fitch cites success and impact of recent budgetary reforms and the state's commitment to higher education for their increase to UConn's general obligation bonds, part of the UConn 2000 program. It's a move state leaders are celebrating. Among those who are pleased, State Treasurer Eric Russell, who says the increase allows the state to continue to make investments into UConn while saving taxpayer money. In early November, the Treasurer's office and UConn will offer approximately $227 million worth of bonds to fund new projects within the university system. An additional $130 million of existing bonds are expected to be refunded at lower interest rates to generate savings. It's the third credit rating upgrade so far this year for the state of Connecticut. Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
Several out-of-state transportation officials visited Bristol to view what's called a quick build project. This is Mayor Jeff Caggiano.
To see if we can make alterations in the streetscape, crosswalks, other areas of pedestrian safety mostly, to see if it has an impact on the society. And so we've come through this first demonstration project. I think it's been here for 3 or 4 weeks. And now we are getting data points back in showing that it's slowed down traffic at least 8%.
The quick build project on West Street is on the corner of the Boys and Girls Club. It involves sidewalk bump outs and eliminates on-street parking. The effort will likely lead to more permanent structures. Funding came from a group called Smart Growth America.
This is Jim Feldman from the WTIC Brown Paint Ears and Scott Traffic Center. This report is sponsored by Associated Press Sparta. Lots of road work to watch out for on Route 9. You're going to find it northbound after exit 21, then again after exit 23, one lane blocked in each of those areas. Also on the southbound side of Route 9 by exit 23, you've got left lane construction. Route 72 in Plainville, you're going to hit delays after exit 4 because of road work on the eastbound side. Construction as well on the Wilbur Cross, southbound after exit 66, northbound after exit 68. Eastbound on I-84, there's roving construction, roving from exit 26 to exit 58. The left lane is blocked for that long construction project. And also road work in Meriden westbound on 691 after exit 3. That takes out the right lane. That's a look at your WTIC traffic. I'm Jim Feldman.
Bob Cox has our forecast.
Temperatures out there in the 70s this afternoon, and a number of spots probably well into the 70s with a mostly sunny sky that's way above the average high of 60 for the day. Partly cloudy tonight, maybe a bit of patchy fog late, lows in the 50s. Mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs reaching 75 to 80. Partly cloudy Friday night, low temperatures between 55 and 60, and mostly sunny and warm Saturday with highs back up between 75 and 80. The latest date we've ever recorded 80 degrees in the Hartford area is November 2nd, so if we touch 80 on any of these days, it's quite a feat. It will be cooler by Sunday with a chance for a few showers and highs near 60. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
The Dow is down 184. S&P is down 46. NASDAQ down 231. 76 degrees in Hartford. I'm Greg Little, WTIC 1080 News.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family. Available at Walmart and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Hey, it's Eric Erickson. I hope you'll tune in to listen to my show every weeknight at 6 right here on WTIC News Talk 1080. I'll break down the news of the day, everything from national politics down to the battle at the local school board. I'm not going to give you the party line, no predictable red meat. I'll give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and what's going on in this insane world. I hope you'll join me. The Eric Erickson Show, weeknights 6 till 9 right here on WTIC News Talk 1080 and on the free Odyssey app.
At Humana, we believe better care begins with listening. So that's just what we do. We listen to what our members want and work hard to bring you support to help you feel your best. Our Medicare Advantage plans are made to fit a variety of budget and health needs. You'll get personalized help as you explore your options and benefits that go beyond what you might expect. Benefits like $0 premium options or all-in-one plan options, plans that include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. When it comes to the benefits and support you need, you spoke, we listened. And our Medicare Advantage plans show it. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO PPO PFFS organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Thursday, WTIC Todd Feinberg here. Looking forward to our show this afternoon when we get to break down what's going on in the world. And there's so much going on. There is a new Speaker of the House. There is a change in trajectory for Republicans controlling Congress. And hopefully that starts to move along better. Call in or rant 860-751-4698. It's Todd Talk at 3 on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Need good tech advice?
Must be a computer error.
Tune into the Gold.com award-winning Computer Talk with Tab. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on WTIC News Talk 1080. Eric Semmel and Dennis Howland of Tab Computer Systems will keep you updated with tech news you can use and answer your technology questions live on the air. Miss a program? Be sure to subscribe to the podcast and tune in from anywhere via the Odyssey app. Computer Talk with Tab, Saturday mornings on WTIC News Talk 1080.
1 minute.
Hi, this is Mike with the Good
Okay.
Feet store. Do you have a hard time standing at work because of foot pain? When you come home, are your feet killing you? This is Angie, a real Good Feet customer who had similar problems.
You know, you might have a great shoe, but you just don't have great support in the shoe. It didn't matter whether I spent $20 or whether I spent $120, the pain was still there. And then I found the Good Feet store. I got fitted for these great arch supports, and now the pain is gone. It is amazing because I've suffered from that for a long time.
Good Feet fits
30 seconds.
shoes. Ladies, you can now be
And you got Scott from Colchester. That's it.
to Good Feet
Okay.
store today at 25 Climax Road in Avon or call 860-606-7995 or learn more at goodfeet.com.
And 10.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. There's no waiting required because Good Feet products are immediately available and proudly made in the USA.
This is Reese on the Radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Hey now, we're back. Our number, 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. In the next half hour, I want to talk about a little bit about this whole the disinformation and misinformation thing that, you know, clearly we have to deal with on a regular basis, which is, again, a concern that everybody has. But it's deeper than this ridiculous conversation that's being had in Washington or anywhere else for that matter. But anyway, we'll get to the phones. Scott, hey, Scott, you're on the Reese on the Radio on the Tom Shattuck Show. What's up? What say you, sir?
Yeah, hi. Just a quick couple things. Isn't it funny how 75 degrees in late October feels warmer than 75 degrees in July? That's what I'm feeling today. It just feels warmer. I don't know what the difference is, but it's different.
Maybe it's psychosomatic. Maybe like because it's October.
There we go. The old mind.
Yeah. Like, you know, it's October, and the fact that it's warm, your mind is sort of playing that trick on you.
Right. It would be just the opposite. You know, if it was May and it was down in the 30s,
Right.
you'd say, gosh, this is really.
And I hate that.
I hate that too. Yeah. You know, it's a serious world, and it's getting more serious every day.
Mm-hmm.
We all feel it and see it and read it. But I tuned in early this morning, and then I got wrapped up in a few meetings and appointments.
Mm-hmm.
And what I wanted to get back is earlier in the day you were talking about public schools.
Yes, please.
Grading. You know, different things that are going on in there, and the different take, and everybody has a spin here and there. I encountered a situation back a few months back, and I had to go and find out just how the public schools in my town were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And my kids are graduated and, you know, well on their way outside of the educational world. But I stumbled on a website that's called publicschoolreview.com.
Oh, okay.
Now, your audience out there, boy, I sure wish a couple of those union boys and girls are listening. publicschoolreview.com.
I'm on it now.
Okay, good for you. Every public school in the United States, every public school in the United States is in there.
Wow.
Elementary, middle, high school.
Okay.
It's just a matter of kind of working your way through. So when you look at the state of Connecticut, I think I recall there being about 1,000 different, locations.
Yes.
And what you have there are some. If you take a particular school in a particular town, some have 3 schools in the town, some have 1. But wherever you are, if you're out of state, let me put it to you this way. Let's say you live in any state outside of Connecticut, and
Mm-hmm.
you're being transferred to Connecticut, and you have kiddies. You've got a 7, a 12, and a 16-year-old,
Right.
and you're wondering, how is that town going to be where my job is sending me?
Right.
How is it going to be for my kids in public school?
Mm-hmm.
And you're concerned, as you should be. And so this website is going to tell you exactly how your child or how that particular school is doing in relationship to the state, in this case, the state of Connecticut's
Right.
proficiency level. And they do proficiencies here on two things, reading and mathematics.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm actually let me interject here real quick because I am on the website. What I found that was interesting here is the list. So you can either type in the school district or that you want in the search engine, but you can also scroll down to the actual state. So they actually give, it says on Connecticut, and maybe there's a reason why it's only 3, but they give 3 particular locations: Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven. The first 2 have 44 schools listed. New Haven has 42.
Okay.
So this doesn't look like comprehensive because I think the report that I read yesterday when I was doing research on the story, I think there's close to, if not around, 950 schools in total K through 12. That sound about right?
In Connecticut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
I said it was
No, not correcting you. I was just trying to figure out because that was what the research I said about that. You said about 1,000, so you're right.
Right. So let's say you want to look at the town A, and you want to look at the elementary school in town A.
Mhm.
You look at it, and you will know how that particular school ranks in relationship to the state's proficiency level for math or reading.
Mhm.
And here's what the proponents or the opposition to what these figures tell you want you to they have published an enormous response to this information, and we all hear it in different bits and pieces.
Right.
But what they're saying is, well, we just can't take a snapshot at any given point in time in a child's life to determine his or her proficiency. And I say, wait a minute. Well, sure you can. Absolutely. It doesn't make any difference he had cereal that morning or he had oatmeal last night. Doesn't make any difference at all. Whether the kid lives in Darien or in Norwich, doesn't make any difference.
Wow.
It's a snapshot for that particular day. What does that child know on that day? And they tally all these up from all over the schools in the country, and they rank them. And I got to tell you, I do not know who establishes the proficiency level for math and reading. I don't know who, or the body, or the board of ed, or who specifically, but it's a real eye-opener.
It is. I'm reading it now.
If your Johnny isn't doing well in math and reading, you can know it today. Or if he's doing, you don't need to wait for a report card. You don't need for the left to tell you that you live in poverty and that you're undernourished and you're this, that, and the other thing. You know what that school, that specific school's doing. And you know what? So you talk to the people on the board of ed, and you know what they say about that particular website?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lie.
Let me read some of this stuff here, Scott. This is okay. So you go on the list, right? And I typed in. I went straight to Bridgeport. Its list, and it says at the top of Bridgeport, Connecticut schools to 2023 to 24. So in essence, we're in the current school year. Okay.
Thank you.
And they say aerospace. This is the first school that lists aerospace, hydrospace, engineering, and physical sciences magnet school. It's grades 9 through 12, 317 students. This is the rating for the magnet school. Math, 30 to 34% proficiency. Reading, 50 to 54% proficiency. Ranked 5 out of 10, bottom 50%. This is an aerospace school.
Yeah. Now, what you have there and what everybody in the state of Connecticut has, if they have a computer or access to one, are facts. Yes, your Johnny or Susie may have had a bad day, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about overall the student body. And people say, whoa, that COVID, oh boy, did that throw a wrench in their learning.
Right.
Go back before COVID,
That's
boys
right.
and girls.
That's right.
You can see on there before that your school still sucked. Your teachers were still failing to teach well.
Yeah.
The superintendents are not only gouging the taxpayer in their town probably with being overpaid, but they aren't doing anything. What they want to do is to follow. There's another website. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I'll give you a call tomorrow or
Sure.
sometime.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
Website of a group in Washington D.C. that has established a way to sell their new education agenda in the United States. You have to buy into it as a town, but boy, you really want to go woke quickly?
Yeah.
This is a great little way to go.
Thank you, Scott.
All I can say is, folks, just tell your union in your town to what off.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott.
Not getting it done, and if you really want to see.
Well, okay, we got him. So I'm looking at him. Thank you for that, Scott. Trust me, I really, really do appreciate it. I didn't even know anything about this website. If you do, folks, just go look at the Bridgeport list. On the list, looks like some of these schools have actually been taken off the list here. Some of them appear to be removed. I'm not sure exactly why, but maybe it's because they no longer exist. Geraldine Claytor Magnet Academy is another one that's there. They appear to be removed from the list. Edison School looks like that's all. I'm going through 35 of these schools according to publicschoolreview.com. And in Bridgeport alone, from 1 to 35, with a couple of outliers that look like they've been removed from the list, either because the school doesn't exist. I don't know all of them. How would I? But not one of them on this list that I've seen so far, out of 35 so far, have reached the top 50. They're all, I'm looking at the Roosevelt School on Park Avenue, ranked 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10 out of 44 schools. I'm going further and further down the list, and I'm not finding any. I think there's two schools here that have not been listed or have no scores on here, but these are bad. Columbus School on University Avenue. Math, just greater than 1%. Reading, 3%. Caesar Battaglia School, 2% in math, 4% in reading. If the reporting on this website is true, this is abysmal. No wonder they're not prepared. They're talking about these kids have no hope. No kidding. No kidding. I'm not hopeful either. And you have to ask yourself, what are they doing about this? Should we come to the realization that these kids can't learn? Or at some point do we say that the teachers can't teach? These numbers are abysmal. Tisdale School, math 9%, reading 16%. That is a pre-kindergarten till 8th grade. A vocational school, technical high school, on Palisades, just greater than 3% for math, reading at 20 to 24%. Geraldine Johnson School, according to Public School Review, 8% in math, 15% in reading. What? Talk about 90,000 jobs according to this story. 90,000 jobs. That's a boon. There are that many jobs, and we got a mess load of kids who couldn't even apply. and they're claiming they want partnerships with these employers. Who would hire them? How would it be in their best interest to hire kids who are not educated or undereducated? And everything is focusing on everything. They're focusing on everything as the problem, except for the obvious, and that is the school itself. Because they're responsible for teaching them. They are. And not that you should treat schools, some people say, I had this argument with someone not too long ago, that schools shouldn't be treated like a business. Why not? Elizabeth Warren believes that that's the case. To bring us, she believes that the public school system produces the employees that run these institutions, run these companies. They are the heart and soul of these businesses, you know? We educate them. Remember that famous line? You know, we educate the kids that are going to work for your companies. And apparently, they're doing a poor job of that. And they know it. It's there. But not one bit of looking at themselves, talking about anything and everything under the sun. They're poor home life. Some of them are hungry, blaming the parents. And not to mention the same parents they don't even want to be associated with when it comes to the children's education, which I find astonishing. There used to be a time, and those of you who are old enough to remember this, they used to say that the biggest problem that our generation had when we were in school is that they didn't have enough family members, especially in the inner city, at least where I grew up. James will know this one. That we used to say that in the inner city, we had a problem with parents in the inner city who were not involved with the school system. We had parents in the inner city that weren't a part of the PTA, Parents Teacher Association, if they still have those. Right? We had too many parents who weren't involved with the school, not working in concert with the school to help their children get educated. And now, teachers don't even want parents involved. They've demonized parents, called them, for crying out loud. We're talking about school boards that were sicking the FBI on parents. Federal law enforcement on parents who were concerned about their kids' education against indoctrination, and the school board, instead of working with parents when they were concerned about that, sicked the feds on them. And then you read this and you see exactly what's happening here. And no one is supposed to be outraged. But the news media, for all it's worth, will gladly report on what these children are suffering from and how dismal it is for each and every one of them. But not one person says, hey, have you ever thought about your policies? Hey, all of that stuff that you told us to sit back and allow you to do, to work it out. None of that. Nothing fruitful. You've produced zero failure every given turn. And now you want to focus on poverty and food? Look, I was hungry. I know what it's like to live in a house on welfare, waiting for the next welfare check to come in a week. We ate. I wouldn't say it was the best food in the world, as I mentioned yesterday. Plain white rice and cornbread, maybe some chicken wings if they were on sale. Baked, not fried, truth be told. Yes, baked, not fried. But we ate. We were part of the school lunch program and the school breakfast program. We got up early enough to eat. I'm talking about a poor kid. In junior high school, we were so poor, the kids in the neighborhood who had more than me would give me their shoes to wear that they were no longer wearing, which was a half size too small. I had bunions and corns that you wouldn't believe. I had to wear hand-me-downs from other kids. But I loved going to school. With everything I was enduring at home, school was a hopeful place. For those of you who have young children or even grandchildren for that matter, how excited the kids are for school, you know who they are. It's just not a hopeful place anymore. Now they're teaching kids about protesting and being angry and how everything is wrong. And they write in this article that people are without hope. No wonder. Thank you very much. Just no responsibility. Anyway, when we come back, more news, more views. I want to talk about this misinformation, especially with this case that's going on in Maine, with some of the things that Steve Robinson, editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, brought up on why it's concerned. Because I heard at the top of the hour there was another report of this individual being a weapons specialist. And I'm going to look a little into that to find out if that claim is still true and why it's still being reported widely, if there's any truth to that. So we'll talk about that, and of course we'll take your phone calls. The number is 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. I am Reese on the radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
Hi, this is Joel Johnson with a...
You are clear, sir.
Thank you.
Give you my retirement checklist. You need to get this retirement checklist, whether you're retired or getting ready to retire. It's going to give you the things that you need to put in place to have a successful retirement, all in a simple checklist. Go to freejbguide.com. That's freejbguide.com. Get your retirement checklist.
Investment advisory services offered through JB Capital, LLC, a registered investment advisor.
It can be hard to chew and enjoy a good meal when you have bad or missing teeth, not to mention embarrassing. Don't you want to eat something besides soft foods and soup? At Columbia Implant Center, we have the technology to fix those issues in one day.
Yes, Fizzle Gig, yes. I do keep the mic on sometimes for you to hear the stuff behind the scenes. Thank you, though.
Stronger working teeth. Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020 or visit ColumbiaImplantCenter.com.
It's a win-win-win.
Hey, Dr. Petraeus.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
And now, a WTIC news update.
1:30, Hartford temperature 77 degrees. I'm Greg, Little WTIC 1080 News. Patrols are being boosted in Massachusetts as the search continues for the deadly shooter in Lewiston, Maine. That shooting last night at two businesses killed 18 and injured 13, according to the governor. Person of interest identified as 40-year-old Robert Card. A skunk found in Naugatuck neighborhood has tested positive for rabies. Skunk was found in the Melbourne Street area. Positive tests came back on Wednesday. This urging everyone to get up-to-date rabies vaccines for their pets. Israeli troops and tanks launched an hours-long ground raid into northern Gaza overnight. The military said troops struck several militant targets in the raid in order to prepare the battlefield ahead of a widely expected ground invasion. That raid came after the UN warned it's on the verge of running out of fuel in the Gaza Strip, forcing it to sharply curtail relief efforts in the besieged territory. WTIC News Time is 1:31. As we take a look at the roads, I'll let you know there's road work in Southington, 84 westbound. And exits 32 and 26. That's nearly an 8-mile stretch. Going to be that way till about 4:30. It finds the left lane closed. Now here's a look at the forecast with meteorologist Bob Cox.
Temperatures out there in the 70s this afternoon, and a number of spots probably well into the 70s with a mostly sunny sky that's way above the average high of 60 for the day. Partly cloudy tonight, maybe a bit of patchy fog late, lows in the 50s. Mostly sunny and warm Friday, highs reaching 75 to 80. Partly cloudy Friday night, low temperatures between 55 and 60, and mostly sunny and warm Saturday with highs back up between 75 and 80. The latest date we've ever recorded 80 degrees in the Hartford area is November 2nd, so if we touch 80 on any of these days, it's quite a feat. It will be cooler by Sunday with a chance for a few showers and highs near 60. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
The Dow is down 265. S&P is down 56. NASDAQ down 268. 77 degrees in Hartford. I'm Greg Little, WTIC 1080 News.
There's a lot happening in Washington and in your local neighborhood. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app to keep up with the latest.
Now is a great time to have the Peter L. Brown Company vinyl side your home. Let us show you the difference between a beautifully installed Peter L. Brown siding job and a not-so-good siding job. You don't need to break the bank to get great siding. For quality siding customized to your specifications, the Peter L. Brown Company is your best choice. Please visit peterlbrown.com for roofing, siding, windows, and doors.
Peter L. Brown, we do it right the first time.
Hi, I'm Deb. I get a point for every dollar I spend. That's my Big Y Rewards.
I'm Jan, Deb's sister. I get 1 point for every dollar I spend. That's my Big Y Rewards.
That's funny. We both get points for every dollar we spend to save on fuel and groceries.
It's like her rewards are my rewards.
Well, I also get to choose stuff for free, like a pie from Big Y's Bakery.
I'm pretty sure I started using my Big Y Rewards first.
It's more than food. It's my Big Y Rewards.
Hey, it's Matt Soroyce with my 8-week check-in with Awaken 180 weight loss. And guess what? I have shed an astounding 48.6 pounds. And believe it or not, 8.2 of those pounds were just from last week alone. That's week 8, folks. I expected quick results early on, but dropping over 8 pounds in week 8, that is pretty unbelievable. The best thing, I'm eating well, feeling satisfied with every meal and snack, and even sometimes leaving some food on the plate behind. That's because with Awaken 180, there's no hunger suppressants, no tricky meds, just a new and improved me taking charge of my life. Get this, last week I was DJing a wedding and forgot my trusty cart, to lug around all my speakers and equipment into the venue. Must have made a dozen trips back and forth from my car. After all my stuff was inside the venue, I stopped and thought, if that was me 50 pounds ago trying that, I'd have heard some sirens instead of dancing music. So listen, if you have 50 pounds to shake off, you could reach that goal by the new year. So what are you waiting for? Give Awaken 180 Weight Loss a call today at 844-346-1800 or schedule a consult online right now at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Eric Erickson. I hope you'll tune in to listen to my show every weeknight at 6 right here on WTIC News Talk 1080. I'll break down the news of the day, everything from national politics down to the battle at the local school board. I'm not going to give you the party line, no predictable red meat. I'll give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and what's going on in this insane world. I hope you'll join me. The Eric Erickson Show, weeknights 6 till 9 right here on WTIC News Talk 1080 and on the free Odyssey app.
Thursday.
1 minute.
Todd Feinberg here. Looking forward to our show this afternoon.
All
We'll
set.
get to break down what's going on in the world. And there's so much going on. There is a new Speaker of the House. There is a change in trajectory for Republicans controlling Congress. And hopefully that starts to move along better. Call in around 860-751-4698. It's Todd Talk at 3 on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Need good tech advice?
Must be a computer.
30 seconds.
To the Gold.com award-winning Computer Talk with Tab. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on WTIC News Talk 1080. Eric Semmel and Dennis Howland of Tab Computer Systems will keep you updated with tech news you can use and answer your technology questions live on the air. Miss a program? Be sure to subscribe to the and tune in from anywhere via the Odyssey app. Computer Talk with Tab. Saturday mornings on WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen to WTIC News Talk 1080 on the free Odyssey app. Download and like WTIC today for alerts on special programming.
We're back. Reese on the radio, filling in for Tom Shattuck on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC. I'll get into what I was talking about with the misinformation debate that we've been having over the past couple of years. but I want to get to the phones. We've got Steve on the line. Hello, Steve. You're on Reese on the Radio on the Tom Shattuck Show.
Hi, Reese.
Hey, sir.
Hopefully I can keep the modulation a little more moderate.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about a man, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. And part of what I understand, he wrote the book Gulag Archipelago. And he was in a concentration camp in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And he decided not to give up as a human being. A very difficult thing to do in those circumstances.
Of course.
And he looked back at his life while he was in there, meditating why he was in there. And he looked back at all the choices he made throughout his life. And had any of them choices led to the fact of where he was himself? Personal responsibility.
Mm.
And that's where America has to get. I don't know how many people in America have to get there, but more than are there now.
Mm.
And I'm preaching to myself, Reese.
Yes, sir.
Because I feel like I contributed to some degree for the state of affairs in this country. I didn't pay attention to my kids when they were in school like I should have been. You know, to some extent, I don't even believe they should be in public school.
Mm.
It's parents' responsibility to educate their children.
Right.
If they can pay for that education and be on top of what's being taught, and they're totally in the know of what's being planted in those minds, I agree with that. But we haven't done a good job as parents.
No.
We've basically paid babysitting.
Yeah. It's funny you say that. You know, I spoke about this yesterday near the end of the show after the president's press conference. Roland and I were reflecting on this young lady that we played the audio of, the girl who had she had no real understanding of what 9 to 5 took, and she was talking about how inundated she was by having a 9 to 5 job, that she was tired, she couldn't go out, she couldn't find a man to date and all this stuff. And I went, what did we do wrong? That was the first thing I asked. Like, what did we do that this generation doesn't understand that 9 to 5 is something we've been doing for eons? Like, where did we drop the ball? It's amazing.
I just feel like we're looking at the wrong places to fix.
Mm.
There are so many places to fix, but the first place we have to fix is our families in this country. Our families have to be the first thing, because if they don't get fixed, nothing else.
Yeah, but first line of defense. First line of defense, man. That's such a good point. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks for letting me talk again.
My pleasure, sir, and I thank you for calling back. We'll go to Matt in a second. I want to read a comment inside the chat room here. Patricia says, as you did your pre-news monologue, I was reminded of one of liberals' favorite phrases, root cause. What is the root cause of immigration, they ask. Why do they want to address that the root cause is the mass, what is the root cause of mass shootings? Is untreated mental illness, allowing the mentally ill to roam the streets and not making sure that the mentally ill do not possess weapons. Prior to this incident, Maine had fewer than 30 gun murders this year. I dare say that Maine has a higher per capita number of residents who own guns than most states, including Connecticut. Yet, their murder gun rate is very low. So are we still going to blame the guns? It's always about the guns. It's not about stats. It never is, Patricia. And I think you and I, we don't have to kid around with the agenda, as it were, or the point of view of those who wish to make it about gun control. It's always about that. It's ignoring what the stats are. It's ignoring what the evidence bears. That's the objective, is to ignore that and just focus on what's important. As usual. Back to the phones we go. 860-522-WTIC, 522-9842. Let's go to Matt in Enfield. Hello, Matt. You're on Reese On The Radio on the Tom Shattuck Show. Sorry.
Absolutely. Hi, Reese. Great to be on with you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm listening to your callers and your conversation, and it really, everybody knows, or anybody that can critically think, knows the issue is that the Democrats are getting 9 out of 10 votes from the black community who
Right.
make up a lot of the ghettos and the poor school systems and et cetera, et cetera. So there's no incentive for the Democrats to change anything. Is they love a low-educated, non-critical thinking. They learned from, the people that would, swing drugs or have prostitutes on the street.
Right.
Once you get them hooked on something, in this case it's welfare, et cetera, hooked on a certain lifestyle,
Mhm.
they're going to keep voting for that. They know that. It's human nature. And they put up with things in their neighborhood that, the Glastonburys and Avons and Greenwiches and Fairfields of the state would
Never tolerate. Never.
never tolerate it, not even for a little while. The crime, the bad schools, et cetera. You could take a model after any private academy, whether it's Suffield, any number of academies, and say, hey, just do what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right. But then here comes accountability.
Yeah.
And accountability is called racism in this country. It's racism.
That's so. There it is. That's exactly right. The word association. The word association is so far afoot, right, from reality. It's insane, right? It's like trying to look. I'll go off the deep end with this, but it's also another thing I said. I said this on my podcast as well, right? Everything they talk about, it turns out to be the opposite of, right? When you're combating racism with more of it, a la Harvard University and Supreme Court case, right? It's like health, like abortion is healthcare. Let's completely dismantle the term health, right? It's now associated with killing a child and say that it's the same thing. That's what all of this is about. It's supposed to take the definition of everything, dismantle it to something that's unrecognizable, and therefore it has no meaning. It has no teeth.
One thing they are right about, and they talk about a lot, is systemic racism in this country. And they are 100% correct that it exists. It's real. But I just described what it really is. They keep saying it's something else, but it's really... it's really the Democrats keeping people in that situation because they're getting the votes.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't want to educate them. They certainly don't want to educate them. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, of course not. That's a good point. Thank you for the call. I want to say this. I'm taking your calls, and even if I don't get to the misinformation thing, I'll just do it tomorrow. And the calls are coming in now. So I just want to say this real quick. I said this before, and it always fascinates me. And you can find this on my Instagram page as well. And it's at WACFM if you're on Instagram, if you're interested in social media like that. But I made this point on one of my videos talking, people immediately scream and holler to Matt's point. I've heard so many people refer to me as a sellout. To Matt's point, right? What is it that the African-American community does overwhelmingly? As he said, 9 to 10, they vote for the same policies that end up, pretty much producing ruin, right, inside those communities. They keep going back. When I get railed against online about my position, the honest answer that they give me to my point of view is, who's paying you? You sold out. You're on the take. They paid me for my opinion. I get that a lot. I've even had it on this show. Any of you who've ever heard me on the show, I had a conversation with somebody. I think his name was Peter, who suggested that, said that I was in essence a paid operative for the conservatives or for the Republican Party. Failing to recognize that we have a Democrat apparatus that has been able to ensure that the inner city community votes for them over and over again by paying them. Whatever the case may be, paying them. It's always about getting paid. Be it on the dole, the welfare, the what do you call it? The stimulus package. Check after check after check. Their whole makeup as a party is about how they get paid. And then talk to the same community and they'll ask me, why would you vote for them? They don't give you nothing. And my response to that is, how can you say that I'm voting for a party that doesn't give me anything and at the same time say I'm on the take? It makes no sense. Yet the party that you vote for them solely for the purpose that they give you stuff. How are you not on the dole? How are you not on the take? How are you not bought and paid for? It's the definition of it. I always find that astonishing. Jim in Wellington is on the line. Hello, Jim. You're on Reese on the Radio on the Tom Shattuck Show.
Yeah, how you doing? It's political and economic racism.
Yep.
It's put in policy form. There's direct correlations to how the South was run by politics after the Civil War, how the Civil Rights Acts were warped into a warped, dependent policy that put people, primarily Black Americans, permanently behind the eight ball, destroyed families, neighborhoods, and schools. I mean, the list is endless.
Well, this is also, Jim, this is also affecting poor white kids. I mean, I'm sure you've been to East Hartford. You know, there's a large number of those individuals who, in essence, are just, they're in the same communities as African Americans. And again, they're just as, affected in a negative way by them as well. And that's why I don't believe that it has anything to do with particularly racial. I think it has everything to do with the, your zip code for these people, unfortunately. But I kind of feel like they all get lumped up in that as well.
Well, I was gonna add the poor Appalachian people in the Appalachian region.
That's right.
On the forest reservations,
Exactly.
American Indians. We can go on and on and on with this. It ends up, what it is poor policy pushed by an agenda pushed by majority of the time by the Democratic Party, because there's been plenty of it as well on the right, but nowhere near as much as we see coming from the left. In perpetuity, it's the only way that you can keep power to on putting this type of policy. It's the only way. It's an economic chaos.
Right.
And then you can pick and choose how you want to apply those policies to whatever part of your life. I mean, I can tell you, I grew up in a big family. And make a long story short, we were poor.
Right.
But we never lacked anything. But I had a mother and a father in the house, and I knew instinctively very early on, as my brothers and sisters all knew, that we were a family, that there was something going on here. We were being supported, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And you can see with your own eyes, common sense, your mother and father working 2 jobs, working very hard. Your older brothers and sisters, once they started getting money, contributing, and it was a trickle-down thing.
Yeah. Right. Not just financially, not just financially, but also ideologically.
Across the board.
Yeah.
We were a very liberal family, but there was common sense. If you disagree with something, you disagreed with it.
Right.
And I saw that across many cultures, because I worked for many years with all sorts of people.
Yeah.
And I saw the strength of family, whatever we call in family, as long as it was supportive, as long as it was positive, and you had a caller talking about taking responsibility. I can tell you that my parents didn't concern themselves with myself or anybody else going to school. They didn't get involved with much of it. You know why they didn't? Because they couldn't. They didn't have the time to do it.
Thank you, sir.
They didn't have the time.
Much appreciate the call. Thank you, sir. Let's save George for last. I'm going to give him the last word on this. Let's go to Paula in Simsbury. Hello, Paula. You're on Reese on the Radio on the Tom Shattuck Show.
Hey, Reese. It's been a long time I've talked to you.
I know.
Anyways, about education. Now, I was in school system in the 70s, and I graduated in 82, and it was totally different. We were... Close that off. We were like, you go to school, business-like. I mean, I went like adults. Yeah, we were acted like adults. We were treated like adults in high school. I now work for a school system, and they're wearing pajamas in high school sometimes. Pajamas. What the heck does that mean? I'm freaking out here. Pajama day? I'm like, that was never heard of back in the day for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, I don't. The kids, it's just really sad. I'm glad mine have graduated a long time ago, but I just cannot stand the way they teach these kids and not being able to write a check or even better arithmetic. Like you said, when I heard your stats, I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me. And my parents didn't speak English. They didn't go to any Board of Education thing. We actually taught them about life here in the United States.
Yeah. You know,
So me and my sister really had to grow up. At 14 and 13, we were showing my parents how to deal with bank stuff. I'm going, these kids wouldn't know how to do that now.
Patty, you know what's interesting? Look at the immigrant population. Not I'm talking sans illegal immigration, because even some of them you can include in this. But if you look at the legal immigration into this country, be it Asian Pacific, that region who come into the country, and you think about the inroads that they've made in this country, having not lived here, versus what's happening in the inner city, right? The people who have born and bred here, you will see stark differences on how those kids are educated and the way in which they live. I'll say this and I'll let you go, because this is the point we need to pay attention to. We are the only society, with the exception of others, like today it's much different than it was when I was a kid, but we are the only society to this day that still mocks and maligns our smart people, especially those within the African American community. If you think about the way in which Herman Cain or Ben Carson, as African American brilliant men, were treated as anything other than upstanding and outstanding African Americans, that will tell you right there that those men who were pro capitalism and pro personal responsibility, they were maligned. But yet, somebody like Michael Brown was considered a martyr and a hero. That shows you exactly the point of the way the world was. Thank you, Patty. I appreciate the call. We're going to get George in a second, but I want to say this. This is, if you get a chance, I've said this movie before, haven't talked about it in a long time, which also points out, because aside from the subject matter, it's a very, very good lesson that's taught in this documentary. In 2020, philosopher Shelby Steele did a film called What Killed Michael Brown. And it's not just a story about Michael Brown. That's caught up in the story. Of course, it is about him and what caused his death when he was shot and killed by the police officer, Darren Wilson. But Shelby Steele worked in the area of Ferguson, and he gives a breakdown of what that community was like from the Lyndon B. Johnson era, when he worked for the Lyndon B. Johnson administration to solve problems in impoverished communities. You have to see the film. If you can find it, please do. What Killed Michael Brown? And it gives a breakdown. When he talks about his father in Chicago and about his father owning his own home. It is such a dissertation into the demise of those communities. Like I said, not just black, but the inner city writ large. It's something worth watching. It is worth your time. Anyway, now, George in St. Louis, who called yesterday and I didn't get a chance to talk to him. Hello, George. How are you?
Yeah, hi, Reese. I believe for the last 3 hours you guys have been wrong.
Okay, please.
Let me read to you something. This is post-COVID-19 symptoms.
Okay.
Fatigue, symptom of fever, lung and respiratory problems. By the way, COVID attacked the brain, all of the your kidneys, all of your essential organs. Neurological systems like mental health conditions, including difficulty thinking or concentrating, headache, sleep problems, dizziness, joint and muscle pain, heart symptoms.
Are you relating this to the education problem?
You draw your own conclusions.
Okay. Well, you can't let me draw my own conclusions. I'm going to get it wrong. I want to know exactly what you mean.
By the way, there's a scenario, other than getting hit by an asteroid for the end of the Earth, there's another scenario out there that dictates, it says, mankind is gradually going crazy. That they're going insane. And by the way, that was probably expedited, and you've seen the effects of this the last 3 years in Washington, D.C., and probably COVID-19 expedited all of this.
So you think that there's been...
Draw your own conclusions, but I you know, as far as the education effects, and
Right.
even that guy in Maine, the mass murderer,
Yeah.
and you know, road rage has increased as well. All of this may have been quite frankly.
You don't think that there's a cultural shift, though? Yeah, I mean, I understand the COVID-19 comparisons. I remember very early on in my stint here at WTIC, you remember there was a lot of conversation about the wrong way road incidents that were happening, right? Remember that? And many people were associating that with the COVID vaccine. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And I pushed back on it in a very, very timid way, because I was just like, okay, I understand what you're saying, that, you know, there's been an increase in that, but those numbers have eventually ended up dwindling. We don't hear a lot of reports about that. We still do. In fact, I heard about them all over the country. I don't think anyone's made a true connection to that, but I was a little concerned that some people were jumping to the gun because it was being pronounced.
Let me make one last point.
Okay.
Half of the people that voted in the 2020 election were probably infected with COVID-19. They were sick and probably in some way mentally, you know, affected.
That's possible.
They were voting in one of the most important elections that ever was. They were probably infected.
George, that sounds highly conspiratorial, though. I don't think, again, but you know what? I can throw in a whole bunch of other factors in there as well, and I think I've made those here on the air. But George, thank you. I appreciate you calling me back, because I didn't get you yesterday, and I'm glad I finally got to talk to you. I love hearing your voice, man, and good luck out there in St. Louis. In fact, you live in St. Louis. You should check out that documentary, What Killed Michael Brown, because St. Louis is talked about at length in that documentary. All right, I got to get out of here. I will be back tomorrow. As I always say, radio is free, so we thank you for paying attention. Remember to keep JC in your hearts and in your mind. Sean Patrick, we love you and we miss you. Remember that panic is not planning, so plan your work and work your plan. Me, I'm Reese on the Radio. You have a good day and pleasant tomorrow. Check me out on the podcast. I'll be on late tonight. In the evening, you can go to reasoontheradio.com for that. If not, you missed the show, go to Odyssey app. You'll be able to hear it immediately after it airs. I love you, and thank you so much for the conversation today. Please keep the folks in Maine in your prayers, and pray for their peace, and pray for them to find this individual and bring him to justice and get him off the streets. All right, I love you guys. Be good.
When it comes to gifts, Penny goes the distance for.
All right, good sir. See you mañana.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Because here's
No problem.
expert advice from helpful hosts and cutting-edge creators on everything from beauty and fashion to food and fitness, so she can shop perfect picks for everyone, from Aunt Donna in Denver to second cousin Tim.
All right, everybody, I am out of here. Thank you all for your comments. Lori, Patricia, Fizzlewig, all of you, thank you for checking out the show, and I will see you here tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. And don't forget to check out the podcast tonight at 8 p.m.